Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Obito Sensei in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Obito Sensei Chapter 44. Imminent Collision. A cordial letter penned by the hand of Yoshinobu Ashigata, chief clerk of the Winter Court and voice of Saitama Sugawara, daimyo of the Land of Fire. To be presented no more than 5 days after the date of creation, April 7th. Yearning for a warm and bountiful spring, this letter hopes to find itself in the hands of a healthy and untroubled man before a content audience. Ah, Court of Storms, how one wishes he could be there in this meager parchment's place, drinking in the beauty and clear, thin air of the Land of Lightning, bringing with it a gift of chocolate and yuzu. But alas, for now we must content ourselves with paper and dreams, and hope for a time and a place where such a visit would be entirely appropriate. ####. On the first day of April, Hinata Hyuga was in an unfamiliar situation. She had met the fourth Hokage before, but only in passing. He had been Naruto's father after all, and she had shared a class with him and Sasuke for several years. It would have been unusual for him to never greet her. She was the Hyuga's heir, and the Hokage not acknowledging that in some way would have been perceived as rude. But there had been no relationship by any means, only the expected interaction. She hadn't been close to Naruto, and so had no deeper connection to his father. She'd never been in his office before. Even with her father at her side, or perhaps because he was there, she could hardly hide her nervous nature. The Hokage watched them from behind his wide desk, and Hinata and her father stood equally straight, waiting at attention. She'd gotten taller since turning 14, her father no longer towered over her, though the feeling of being small had never vanished. "The village owes you a debt, Hinata," the Hokage eventually said, and she marginally relaxed before realizing her father was still stiff as a board. She went back to mirroring him as the Hokage smiled. He looked tired, Hinata thought. It wasn't a flattering thing to think, but the thought came regardless. The lines around his eyes were deeper, the life in them dimmer. They had just passed the anniversary of his son defecting, Hinata thought. Of Naruto and Sakura and Sasuke defecting. Why wouldn't the Hokage look tired? She was tired, and she'd only been a friend. "Thank you, Lord Hokage," she said with a formal bow, and the man waved her off. "You shouldn't thank me for stating the truth," he said. "The military police have confirmed it, those bills you found were absolutely counterfeits, though their quality couldn't be believed." He leaned forward with a slight grin. "Though they were curious how you managed to identify them, you know. Apparently the imperfection is so small that they were sure even a Sharingan would have difficulty." Hinata was glad she'd been working on suppressing her blush. She wasn't glad she was thinking about lying to the Hokage. "It was only luck," she said. "They caught my eye when we were being paid. Kiba thought there was something strange about them too. It made us take a closer look. Kiba had said they had smelled weird, too new, and Hinata had used that as her excuse. If it were up to her, she'd die and have her grave washed away and forgotten by time before anyone found out that when she'd been much younger, when she'd first taken an interest in Sasuke, she'd studied the military police's manuals in the hope of impressing him with something they'd had in common. How pathetic was that? The Hokage was speaking, but Hinata was trapped in her own head. Reading about fake money when Sasuke had no interest in joining the police was like a prelude to the last year of her life. She'd been stupid to think that conversation at Sakura's birthday had meant a thing. He'd been distracted and manic, he would have said anything. To make her happy? It couldn't have been to escape. They'd talked for hours. Hinata mulled, thrown into the past by the realization that it had really been a year now since he'd left, only for her father's sharp tone to break through the bubble she'd trapped herself in. "That would be quite the honor, Lord Hokage," he said, and Hinata blinked and returned to the present to find both adults looking at her expectantly. She felt her stomach drop out as she realized she'd missed something important. They waited for her to speak, and when she didn't immediately say anything her father frowned. "Daughter?" he started to ask, before the Hokage raised his hand. "I understand if you're hesitant," he said. "But I do think you'd be the best choice for this mission, Hinata. You have first-hand experience with this counterfeit currency." "Mission?" Hinata replayed the time she'd heard without hearing. The Hokage had offered to make her a part of the mission. Her missing finger had burned with pain. He'd said it would be a fitting assignment to finalize her Chunin promotion. She'd wasted the time she should have spent thinking it over. Hinata inclined her head. The more time out of the village, the better. I would be happy to accept the assignment, she said as neutrally as possible, not wanting to give away her moment of distraction. The Hokage smiled. Excellent. I'm putting together a team to be led by your sensei. She will contact you later today with the full details. Most likely, you'll be leaving immediately. He stood up, and if it were possible both the Hyuga stood even straighter. Deception like this is a danger to all the countries of the world, not just the Land of Fire. Keep that in mind, all right? Whoever is responsible may not understand just what they're doing. Not knowing what to say, Hinata could only bow again, and she thought for a second the Hokage might roll his eyes. You're both dismissed, he said. The door opened behind them. Best of luck, Hinata. Hinata and her father left, and the Umbu at the door wordlessly bade them farewell. They descended the tower in silence, and it was only when they were out in the busy streets of the village that her father spoke. You were distracted, he said. Hinata ignored him, looking straight ahead as they walked the streets of Konoha. I'm surprised you would ignore the Hokage, Hinata. I didn't intend to, she eventually said, and he snorted. And yet, you did, he replied. He is assembling a team. That means he will be drawing from at least one other squad. Most likely one of your peers. You've been handpicked for a mission by the Hokage himself. I was not being facetious when I said it was an honor. I know, Hinata said, wondering for a moment if she could outrun him. Wouldn't happen. His Byakugan's range still exceeded her own, and likely always would. There is no doubt you have been picked because of your eye's improvement as well, her father continued to say. They were heading towards the Hyuga compound, the one place Hinata dreaded more than anything in the world. Your increase in range and precision must have impressed him. I wasn't aware you shared that, Hinata said. Her father cocked an eyebrow at her. I would have assumed you would keep clan details like that secret, she hastily appended, and he shrugged. The Hokage is our leader, he said, his face back to stone. When it comes to a bloodline that can be as variable as the Byakugan, it is critical he knows the individual shinobi's capabilities. Especially the clan's heir. The facade broke, one side of his lips started to tug up into a sneer for just a second. We are still a founding clan, after all. It is not to the village's advantage for us to keep many secrets, even if some of the others act that way. Hinata had no doubt as to what her father was talking about, but she had nothing he would respect to say about it. She remained quiet for the rest of their trip back to the compound. Full of thin walls and hard floors, the Hyuga clan's living area was spread across a generous amount of land atop a hill on the northern end of the village, to the southwest of the Hokage monument itself. From there it was possible to look out over the walls of the village, though Hinata thought that most of her clan mates were usually too busy looking at themselves to take advantage of the opportunity. The short climb gave Hinata a little more time to think, but even that didn't grant her the clarity she felt she needed to be back home. Everywhere she went here, she was watched. Her family could see through walls and through her, and at every moment of her life she had been judged. This state of affairs would likely continue until she died, and for some time after that. She was treated with the utmost respect. Members of both the main and branch clan bowed as she passed them on the way to her home, the branch members making sure to drop their heads lower than the rest. It made her sick. Hinata was the picture of serenity, gently inclining her head and greeting every member of her clan she passed, but the silence of the compound pressed down on the back of her skull like a jackhammer. Even though she never had and never would, no matter the circumstance, used her clan's cursed seal, the branch members had no choice but to guide their deference with fear. You could never be sure that an animal was perfectly trained, and they could never be sure that she, the daughter of a man who had cursed his own brother, would not snap at them and burn away part of their brain. That was simply how the Hyuga clan worked. By the time she reached home, Hinata was starting to get shaky. Her father had left her side at some point, leaving her blessedly alone. She wanted to find her bed and lie down, to put a pillow over her head and just wait for the headache to go away, but the clan heir could not be seen lying in her bed trying to block out the world. The acceptable, observable way of calming herself would be to sit and drink tea, to read something, to practice a Hyuga skill like calligraphy or the destruction of internal organs, and Hinata found herself torn between them. Eventually, she decided on tea. The house was silent and empty. Her father was attending to clan business elsewhere in the compound, and her sister was still at the academy. She would graduate soon, Hinata thought. Maybe then some of the crushing pressure on her would dissipate, though she didn't want even a fraction of it to fall on Hanabi. The Hyuga clan had a communal garden that some camellia grew in, but Hinata settled to retrieve some leaves that had already been fired, dried, and wrapped from a cupboard in the kitchen as she set some water to boil on the wood-fired stove there. As she waited, she knelt, closing her eyes and trying to appear like an idol of patience. However, after about a minute she heard the door to the kitchen slide open, and opened her eyes. For a moment she was sure her father had returned, but after a moment her eyes picked out the imperfections, the concealed forehead, the longer hair. "Uncle," she said, and Hisashi Hyuga smiled and knelt at the table with her, glancing back at the teapot. It was starting to emit faint vapors, but still wasn't close to boiling. "Hinata," he said, and she smiled, feeling some of the headache ebb. "Making tea. Would you like some, uncle?" she asked, starting to stand. "I could add some more water." "No, I'm fine." Hisashi stayed on the floor, and after a moment Hinata joined him. "I heard that you've been given a mission by the Hokage. I came to congratulate you." "From father?" Hinata asked, and her uncle nodded. "It doesn't surprise me. Niji had told me you were growing more proficient in your spars. And the whole clan is abuzz about your eyes. 4 kilometers, and at your age. That hasn't been seen since your father." He stroked his chin as Hinata fought the impulse to shrink down. "It's funny that your father and I and you and Niji should be the same in that regard, though I suppose it makes sense. The Byakugan does generally follow the father's line. Niji is still far more precise than me," Hinata muttered, and her uncle gave her an amused look. "He sees more in 300 meters than I see in 1,000. What about 4,000? Hisashi said with a laugh. Hinata didn't have a clever response. "Your only weakness is your humility, Hinata, as usual. You need to appreciate that there is not a shinobi alive outside of Konoha that could match your sight. Right now, you are invaluable to the village." As Hinata paused, thinking better of what she'd almost said. Even if she felt she could speak freely with her uncle, that freedom was an illusion created by his branch status. He was still her ostensible subordinate. He was still, she thought as she glanced at his concealed forehead, considered inherently disposable by her own family. As Hisashi asked in good humor, and Hinata played along. "As the trees and air," she said with an attempt at a sardonic tone, and her uncle chuckled. "Better," he said. "Or at least more fitting of a Hyuga." He nodded, and just on cue there was a high-pitched whistle. "Your tea's ready. Congratulations, again. I hope your mission goes well." Hinata turned, and by the time she'd poured the boiling water into a small ceramic cup and added the leaves she'd selected, her uncle was gone. She sighed, sinking back down and nursing her drink. She couldn't wait to leave, but she was also sure Kurane would come to her when the time was ready. The Hokage had said so. So Hinata sat and drank and waited and worried. ####. Kurane came to fetch her an hour and a half later, a little before 3 o'clock, and Hinata learned who the rest of her team was going to be. "I'm surprised Kiba isn't coming," she told her sensei. They had descended from the compound and were heading towards the gates of Konoha. Kurane had told her they were all going to be meeting there. The mission was apparently set to be a long one. Hinata's sensei was carrying a travel pack, and Hinata had grabbed her own, along with a cloak for rough weather. Rain wasn't uncommon at this time of year in the Land of Fire. It had even snowed once in March almost a decade ago. "Because of his nose?" Kurane asked, and Hinata nodded. "He could physically track any counterfeit bills we found," she said. "Akamaru too. It would be like having a fifth member." "Yeah, and we wouldn't be splitting my team up," Kurane said. Hinata was surprised to hear her sensei sounding bitter. "But the Hokage feels that we have a good lead on the source of the currency already, so he is more concerned with capture and interrogation." "So? Shikamaru and Ino," Hinata said. Someone in the street waved to her and she waved back, not recognizing them until a moment later. It was one of her cousin's teammates, Rock Lee, apparently in some sort of competition with several children. Hinata couldn't tell what it was, but it definitely involved backflips. I haven't worked with either of them since the Chunin exam. Not since their disastrous cooperation in the Forest of Death, their attempted ambush on Gaara of the Desert. Since she'd lost her finger. Even though it had been gone for more than a year, Hinata still felt it sometimes. She would still get surprised when she picked up a pen or a knife and realized her middle finger had been left with twice the work. At this point, she was wondering if that would ever go away. Well, you'll get plenty of experience there, Kurane said. The Hokage told their families the same thing he told yours, that this will be your guys' new chance to make Chunin, since the exams ended up being such a waste. She shook her head. A bunch of nuts and 2 packs of traitors for the finals. It's embarrassing to think about. Yes, Hinata said. She didn't think her words would come out as cold as they did as she looked at her teacher and remembered a day much like this, when the two of them had met Rin no Hara in the streets. Embarrassing. Kurane glanced at her, her lips pressed into a thin line, and then forged ahead, picking up the pace. Hinata matched her, and they marched towards the village gates in a dome of silence. When they reached the gate, Ino Yamanaka was already there. The girl was wearing a trendy purple track jacket and had her hair pulled up in an enormous blonde ponytail, and she waved and smiled brightly as Kurane and Hinata approached. "Hey," she said, and Hinata offered a smile. "Hinata, Kurane Sensei. This is pretty cool stuff, right?" Hinata had always admired Ino's ability to have something to say in any situation. The girl oozed confidence no matter what. "I thought for sure we'd get someone from the military police coming with us, but Hinata, I heard you found that fake stuff yourself? That's amazing. Hey, this means it's gonna be 3 of us girls. Shikamaru's gonna hate that, he's still scared of women, you know." At that, Kurane laughed. Well, with a mother like his, he probably had to learn from an early age. Hinata thought that was kinda mean. Yoshino Nara had never struck her as a rude person. Maybe a little overbearing at worst, but coming from the Hyuga clan she could hardly judge that. Ino probably had a similar thought, her face froze in its smile before she continued speaking. "Yeah, well, I wasn't told where we were headed, Kurane-sensei. I guess the Hokage must be pretty sure if he put together a custom squad for it. We're going to the Land of Waves." It wasn't Kurane who answered. Shikamaru ambled up, his hands in his pockets and his backpack smaller than Hinata would have thought the careful Nara would have packed. Ino ignored the answer. "You're late," she cried, and Shikamaru waved her off with a tired smirk. "You're early," he said, and Ino narrowed her eyes. "Besides, you weren't gonna leave without me, right?" "That just makes it worse, Shikamaru." As the teammates bickered, Hinata glanced at her teacher and found her pinching her nose. She couldn't help but laugh. She wasn't bothered by Shikamaru and Ino's dynamic, at least the heart of it was friendly. After a round of back and forths, Kurane stepped forward and clapped her hands. "All right," she declared, and Shikamaru paused, looking past Ino with amused curiosity. Ino spun around in a huff as Kurane continued speaking. "Yes, as Shikamaru said, we're heading to the Land of Waves. It's a smaller country to the south. The Hokage and the Daimyo's court both believe that it is the most likely source of the counterfeit currency." "How, though?" Ino asked, and Kurane coughed. "I mean, money ends up everywhere." The script that Hinata discovered was newly printed, and its delivery point had originated in the Land of Waves before entering the Land of Fire, Kurane said, obviously annoyed at the interruption. Waves has become a major trade and production hub in the last few years. A place like that is the perfect base for smugglers and other criminals. "We'll be traveling to the capital?" Ino asked. Kurane twitched, and Hinata hid her smile behind a fist. She hadn't realized they wouldn't get along at all, but it was deeply funny to her. The Yamanaka wasn't even trying to be annoying. "To Fukamai City," Kurane said, her voice clipped as she stared Ino down. The younger girl fearlessly returned the look. Behind her, Shikamaru was examining his nails, obviously listening but trying to keep out of the sudden power struggle. It's the primary town connected to the Great Channel Bridge. She started moving towards the open gate. And it's a day's journey from here, so we should get going now. Hinata followed her, and that drew Shikamaru and Ino along as well. They passed under the gate, the Chunin at the lookout post waving goodbye, and out into the wider world. Something about being beyond the village let Hinata relax, her headache vanished, and she took a deep breath. Long day. She was surprised to hear Shikamaru ask her something like that, and she looked back at him with a neutral expression. Not really, she said. Kurane pulled ahead, and they picked up the pace, moving to the hidden paths of the land of fire and leaping through the trees, falling into the kilometer-devouring run of ninja. Hinata felt the burn in her legs, the wind whistling past her face, and her heart slowed down yet more. Shikamaru and Ino fell in at her side as they flew through the forest, her sensei staying at the head of the group. I was just thinking, about what day it is. Huh? Shikamaru asked, but from the way Ino's face hardened Hinata knew the other girl understood. 1 year, Ino muttered. She sounded furious, and Shikamaru made a sound of comprehension. I'm gonna get that damn knife back someday, you know. Hinata remembered how Sakura's eyes had lit up at the knife in its beautiful lacquered box, the reverence she'd held it with. How sincerely she'd thanked Ino. How much had that stung, she wondered, to learn Ino's friend had said that while planning to defect the very next day. Sakura's love had been sincere. There was no way she'd part with the gift willingly. She'd been acting strange, Hinata thought. She'd noticed it and told Sasuke, and he'd put it down to the near destruction of the hidden waterfall. But in hindsight, it had been obvious. Sakura had been planning, to the point of forgetting her own birthday. They all must have been, and she'd been the worst actor. Or had she dragged them along with it, convinced them at the last second? You're doing it too, huh? Ino asked, and Hinata shook her head. Twice in one day. That was a pretty bad sign. She must have been more shaken up than she wanted to admit to herself. I keep wondering what I could have done different, the girl continued, muttering, her voice low and ugly. Hinata had to strain to hear. If there was something I could have said, or something I did that I didn't understand. It's been driving me crazy. She breathed out. And the last couple days in particular. It was their decision, Shikamaru said, and both the girls looked back at him incredulously. He shrugged, sticking his hands back in his pockets as he skipped off another branch. Some of them had been rubbed raw and shiny by the passage of countless shinobi in and out of the village with less spectacular chakra control. They must have coordinated it to be able to get past Obito Uchiha. If he'd caught even one of them, grabbing the rest would have been child's play for him. That jutsu of his is unbeatable. Hinata didn't know where Sasuke's former sensei was, or what he was up to right now. It seemed that no one was interested in seeing him nowadays, more often than not, he was out of the village on various missions. It made no sense to blame him, and yet it seemed that was what people defaulted to. Maybe because having no target was simply too frustrating. It would have been for her. That was why she still had dreams about giving Sasuke a piece of her mind. She didn't want to hurt him. At least, she was pretty sure she didn't want to hurt him. But why would he have said those things, agreed to spend more time with her, if he'd known he might never see her again? It was just too cruel. I saw my brother. He was there. Goddamn Sakura, Ino said, shaking her head and distracting Hinata as the memory flitted by. Always so smart, but using it so stupidly. Her fists tightened around her backpack's straps. Do you think they're happy there? In rain. Well, since Sakura apparently dueled the leader of the hidden waterfall and Naruto's been causing trouble in stone. Maybe, Shikamaru said laxidically, and Hinata looked back again. This time, her gaze was a little more interrogative. Nothing about Sasuke? She asked, and Shikamaru cocked an eyebrow. You're not going to ask how I know that other stuff. He said, and Ino snorted. Hinata's smart enough to know your dad's the Jonin commander, she said with a grin. She's not gonna fall for that kinda act, Shikamaru. I guess that's fair, Shikamaru said, raising his hands in mock surrender. Yeah, nothing about Sasuke. Which is weird, 'cause, you know, he's an Uchiha. One of the only ones that's outside the village. You'd think he'd make more of a splash. Maybe he is, Hinata thought. But Sasuke had always been quiet and competent. That was part of what had attracted her to him. Maybe he was making the biggest impact, but it was the kind that Shikamaru wouldn't see spying over his father's proverbial shoulder. Though you know, speaking of Dad, he gave me a heads up, Shikamaru said, obviously trying to draw the conversation to another subject. Hinata let him, opening her mouth to speak before Ino interrupted her. What kinda heads up? She asked suspiciously. Something that you guys probably already know in your gut, Shikamaru said grimly. Printing technology is pretty advanced, but with counterfeits this perfect, there's gotta be a human touch. And if it takes a Byakugan or Sharingan to find it, it's probably a shinobi's touch. So we'll have to be careful of that. He was right. Hinata had known that in her heart, but hadn't said it out loud. Shikamaru continued, talking as much to them as himself. And I guess, more troublesome than that, this is basically two teams stitched together right here, he said, trying to copy the kind of stroke of his chin that older shinobi with beards like his father could manage and failing miserably. Which means the Hokage both wants to get a spread of shinobi promoted, and wants them to work together in more flexible teams. Yeah. Ino said, but Hinata had started understanding what Shikamaru was getting at. Like they would be in wartime conditions, she said quietly, and the Nara nodded. Ino said, looking back and forth between them. What? There's no war coming anytime soon. Who the heck would try? It doesn't always have to come from something obvious, Shikamaru said solemnly. Ino, imagine if one of the other countries or villages set up this counterfeit currency operation to destroy Fire's economy. The Leaf would have to respond, right? Or else it would just be proof that anyone could take a shot without provocation. He rubbed the back of his neck, a much more honest motion than before. And if it was, say, the land of stone. Or rain. Ino's face was blank. She looked like Hinata felt. Well, the Yamanaka eventually said. Let's hope it's not that, huh? That would really suck to report back on. Yeah, Hinata said. Her headache was coming back, and without the mental energy to phrase her words the right way, she just copied Ino's tone. That would definitely suck. ####. At noon the next day, Hinata's team was crossing the Great Channel Bridge. The bridge was packed, constantly bustling with people and caravans. Just over 1,300 meters long and about 20 meters wide, it was the most impressive structure Hinata had seen in her life. It stretched over the bright sea, connecting the land of waves to the mainland, a concrete artery that transported people and money instead of blood. Walking on it, Hinata felt and saw for the first time in a long time that there were incredible things in the world that had nothing to do with shinobi. Even if it sometimes felt that there was nothing else in existence, living in a hidden village, a superstructure like this reminded her that there was more to it. The land of waves was an archipelago, a series of shallow and constantly flooded islands that had been kept in poverty for decades by geography and a lack of economic interest. Hinata had learned more about the country from Shikamaru and Kurane on the way over. Thankfully, Ino had been just as ignorant as her. Without a safe port, it was overlooked in favor of coastal settlements in the lands of fire and water to the west and east, but the Great Channel Bridge had changed all of that. With a passage to the continent, wealth had poured into waves alongside favorable trade and port deals. The country's influence had exploded, and so had its population. There had already been a town at the end of the bridge, but its name was forgotten now. It had swelled to 10 times its size, and was named Fukamai City now in honor of the men who had constructed the bridge that had saved the country, Tajuna and Kaiza Fukamai. It was a metropolis in progress. Though a thick mist rose off the sea and blocked swathes of the city as it came into view, everywhere that Hinata could see was under construction. There were towering new buildings nearly 10 stories tall set alongside shacks that had probably stood for decades. The docks were wide, a vast seawall facing north and keeping the water out, and still in progress in many places. The bridge afforded a spectacular view of the city. Hinata knew she was looking at a place that would rival Konoha in size and wealth in a decade. But for now, it was still in progress. Waves had clearly taken its new wealth and put it to good use. There had been a grand vision here with the bridge at the heart of it, and the sight of it manifesting took Hinata's breath away. "Man," Shikamaru said, digging something out of his ear. He stopped and leaned out over the bridge, his narrow eyes scanning the city. "This place must have been a real dump. But look at it now," Ino said, giving him a little shove and almost sending him over the railing. "Hotels, malls. I think that's a casino." Her pupil-less eyes were shining with enthusiasm. "Kurane Sensei, where are we staying?" "One of the big ones," Kurane confirmed, and Ino squealed with delight. "The Sea Luke Hotel. It's near the center of the city. I thought that would be best for Hinata." "Right, the reason she was here." Hinata tried to focus. Scanning a dense environment was always difficult, and so many people constantly entering and exiting the city would only make things harder. She tried to empty her mind, but they passed under the arc that separated the bridge from the city, and that proved quite impossible. Even the village hidden in the leaves wasn't this dense with people, pedestrians everywhere navigating between carts filled with novelties and food, street entertainers, and a patrolling militia who seemed to be on good terms with just about everyone. They passed into the shadow of the towering new structures, and Hinata wondered just how much concrete must have been poured in the last couple years to keep them standing. Waves' foundations were shifting and soggy. Buildings like this were an enormous investment. And an equally enormous statement of confidence. It took them over an hour to reach the center of the city, but they were walking, not moving like shinobi. By the time they were there, Hinata was starting to get hungry. Some of the food carts had looked especially appetizing, and she'd kept a mental note as to their location. Fukamai City had 3 main thoroughfares that split the city like a trio of spines, with streets sometimes uniformly and occasionally chaotically branching off from them. They were traveling up the westmost one when they reached their hotel. It wasn't the biggest in the city, but it was certainly large, 7 stories tall and wide enough to dominate half the block by itself. Well, it would be. Half the building was still under construction. "This place is open?" Ino asked, openly doubtful, and Kurane shrugged. "Open and cheaper for it." Getting a room on short notice was a rank by itself, she said, and Hinata was glad that her sensei had rediscovered some of her sense of humor. "Come on. We'll get checked in, and then Hinata can take a look around. That will help us get started." Getting checked in was quick. The man at the frost desk didn't ask any questions, which was sensible enough. Hinata had already seen other shinobi in the city, though she hadn't seen what village they were from. There had been some patrolling the sea wall, and another arguing with a vendor about whether he'd been given his soda or not. More money meant more shinobi, it was only natural. It might also make their job harder. Time would tell. The room that Kurane led them to was on the 4th floor, and was thankfully a double. 1 suite and 1 guest bedroom. Hinata hadn't caught the cost, but she wouldn't be surprised if it were in the thousands. Perhaps a hotel would actually be a good place to start looking for another lead? Ino had stolen one of the beds from the guest room immediately, carrying it into the main suite. Shikamaru had surrendered with a shrug. It seemed he was perfectly content to have his own room. 40 minutes and a short meal later, the team was sitting around the suite with Hinata lying on the bed. It felt strange to be the center of attention, but not nearly as bad as it did when it was her own family. Kurane leaned forward in her chair. All of the furniture in the room was huge and comfortable looking, but it had a cheap quality to it. It had probably been hastily imported by the lowest bidder. "Comfortable?" she asked, and Hinata adjusted the pillow beneath her head for emphasis. "I'm fine, sensei," she said, closing her eyes and gathering chakra in her core. "What should I be looking for?" "Shinobi, naturally. If we can get a head count within the city, that will help us form more accurate plans. I imagine there'll be too much money for you to accurately scan for any counterfeit bills from here, but obviously any industrial or printing centers will be of interest. And hey, maybe you'll get lucky." "Shinobi and industry," Hinata muttered. She tried to relax her forehead, to let her eyes rest as the chakra from her core naturally pooled in her skull. It was a harsh tingling sensation, like a limb waking up. "Got it." She opened her eyes, and for 4 kilometers around her the world folded back. It was hard to describe the Byakugan to someone who didn't have it, though Hinata had tried many times. Most people seemed to think it was just seeing through obstacles, which was partially true, but that couldn't encompass the experience. Hinata could see it all, everything within her range became her domain. She could analyze it from any angle, pour it over like someone spinning a doll in their hands, and pierce through it without effort. It was simultaneously telescopic and macroscopic. She didn't know how someone like her father, who could see for 15 kilometers, could perceive anything without his brain collapsing. The more experienced you were, the faster you could process what your eyes could see. At least, that was how it worked for the Hyuga. As her family was wont to say, the eyes were flawless, it was the person seeing through them who could be prone to error. Hinata started with a wide perception first, simply looking in every direction at once without analysis to pick out anything interesting. An 8-kilometer diameter was enough to cover Fukumi's width, but not its length. However, it only left out a couple thousand meters on either edge, so Hinata was content with it for an initial scan. First, chakra signatures. Shinobi could conceal themselves from this kind of scan by reducing the amount of chakra in their system, of course, but without warning only the truly paranoid would be doing that. Hinata counted over 24 ninja inside the city itself, and another 2 beyond it, out in the sea. One of the closer auras pinged a sense of familiarity in her, so she investigated it first. Binary chakra, she thought after a second as she brought the shinobi into focus. They were with 3 others, stationary, resting inside a hotel just like her team. Strange mirroring. Focus, don't get swept away by your senses. Binary chakra, just like. She found herself looking into Gaara of the Desert's eyes from more than 2 miles away. Hinata's fist clenched. Her finger was on fire. Hinata. She heard Ino ask. She was too busy analyzing to respond. Gaara of the Desert, and the same team that had accompanied him to the Chunin exam. His siblings and their ward. They were older, taller. Gaara was leaner, his baby fat melting away, carrying the same gourd as always. But his chakra was screaming. Before, his Baijuyu's chakra had only come out when his automatic defense had activated, though Hinata hadn't known exactly what she had been seeing until after the exam. But now, it was pouring out of him and mixing with his chakra constantly. The boy was like a wildfire ready to consume anything that got too close. His siblings kept their distance, his teacher looked terrified. They were arguing about something. Where to go to dinner, it seemed. The fact it could be something so mundane only made Hinata more frightened. Hinata, seriously. She drew back and watched Ino grab her arm, as if from a distance. Kurane had stood up as well, concern plain upon her face, but Shikamaru was staying seated, hiding a worried frown behind clasped hands. What's wrong? What are you seeing? Gaara, Hinata said, watching the way her lips formed the name and the way Ino jerked back with equal detachment. He's here, with his team. They're in a hotel on the east side of the city. They're arguing about what to get for dinner. Gaara of the Desert. Kurane asked. What the hell could he be doing here? She paused. The Hokage didn't mention anything about allied villages. That was right. Even if looking at Gaara made Hinata feel a deep, fluttering fear, he was still ostensibly an ally of their village. It only took one look at the rest of the team for Hinata to tell they were feeling the same way as her, even Kurane. He could be searching for the counterfeiters as well, Shikamaru said quietly, and Hinata frowned. Perhaps Sand is hoping to use them as leverage. Would you send Gaara to look for people making fake money? Ino said with a look and tone in between fear and laughter. Shikamaru shook his head. Yeah, no way. He's here for his own reason. Kurane-sensei, we're just going to stay out of his way, right? So long as we can, Kurane confirmed after a moment of hesitation. I don't have any interest in him knowing we're here. Was there anything else? Shikamaru asked, and Hinata shook her head. I stopped when I saw him, she said, somewhat embarrassed. I was surprised. Yeah. The Nara muttered. But there are more shinobi. A lot more, Hinata confirmed. Including us, there's at least 25 ninja inside Fukumi City right now. The Nara whistled. Busy. Yeah, Hinata confirmed as Ino settled back down, along with her sensei. There was one pretty large group, actually. 6 shinobi, all together. They're closer to us, by the bridge. I was going to check them next. 6. Ino asked incredulously. What the hell? Who's got the time to send 6 shinobi at once? Hinata couldn't answer, because Hinata couldn't breathe. She blinked, feeling her mouth dry out as the world flipped upside down. It was Sasuke. Sasuke was there, not 2 miles away. He was wearing a custom cloak with a high collar and a flak jacket over it. He had a Megakure's Hitai wrapped around his right leg, and he was there. It wasn't just him. Naruto and Sakura were there, laughing at something she'd missed. Hinata drank them all in, unable to believe what she was seeing. They were all taller, Sakura especially. Sasuke had gotten broader, more defined, and his chakra was unbelievably sharp and focused, so sharp it almost hurt Hinata to look at. He looked older than he was. Naruto was still the shortest among them, but his hair was shaggy and wild and his blue eyes unbelievably bright. His whole demeanor, including his chakra, was warm and open. There was something indefinable about it, something that had changed for the better. He had a knife in his pack that caught Hinata's eyes, dark and covered in chakra-engraved Jutsushiki. It looked far more complicated than anything Hinata had seen him produce before. Sakura's hair was long, almost to the small of her back, and she'd painted her nails bright green. She was carrying both her sword and the knife Ino had gifted her in sheaths on either side of her body, and had them concealed beneath a red jacket with pink frills. Hinata had to admit her color coordination was impressive. She looked confident and strong, even more so than she had at the Chunin exams. She was nothing like the withdrawn girl she'd been at her birthday. Her chakra swirled in strange patterns at her spine and on her heart. Her heart had always been like that, ever since her first C rank, but the spine was new. Hinata didn't know what it could be. Hinata very carefully considered her next words. Okay, what is it this time? Kurane asked, finally out of patience. Hinata took a breath, her heart resetting. She couldn't lie. More than that, she was curious. Curious and furious. She finally had a chance to let it all out, if she took the opportunity. Is there a dem cage or something in this city? It's Team 7, Hinata said. She was astonished at the clarity and composure of her voice. It was like the lie she lived had become true. What? Kurane and Ino asked simultaneously. Ino blinked, and repeated herself. No. What? You're serious? Shikamaru asked, and Hinata sat up with a nod, folding her legs under her and rocking forward as she focused on the unfolded world revealed to her. Holy shit! All 3 of them. Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto are all here. As she spoke, she watched. They were the same, but changed by the gulf of time and distance and betrayal. There are 4 other ninja with them. I missed one of them before, he's withdrawn his chakra. He's a large man, big sword. Their leader. Kurane asked, and Hinata shook her head. No, she said, scrunching up her forehead, watching the body language, reading tone through lips. I think Sasuke is. It's part of the team that was from Rain, at the exam, Hakuyuki, Suijutsu Hoshiki, and a girl I don't recognize. Red hair. Sasuke's the leader. Ino said, sounding almost jealous, and Hinata giggled. He definitely is. He's ordering them around. Now that the laughter was coming out, she couldn't stop it. It was quickly moving towards Manik, and she curled over, unable to contain it. Sasuke's leading his team and 4 shinobi from Rain, she babbled. They're right there. What do we do? Ino asked. She blinked, shooting to her feet. We should grab them. I don't. Hinata started to say, but her sensei was already narrowing her eyes. That's not why we're here, she said, but Hinata could see her begin to crumble the moment the words left her mouth. Her vision had never been clearer. And if there's really that many of them, it would be extraordinarily dangerous. Both of those Rain shinobi from the exam were extremely competent. We're the perfect team for it, Ino said, her face twisting. The best there could be. She paused. I could take Sasuke, she said, her tone cold and contemplative. If he's the leader, that would throw them off. We could draw them all back to Konoha. It's only a day away. Shikamaru's face twitched. Or they'd run us down with superior numbers and take him right back. Maybe. Ino said. But it would be worth a shot. There's too many for that, Hinata said, but her mind was racing to prove her own words wrong. No, actually. Ino, grabbing Sasuke could work. She narrowed her eyes, and Ino gave her a grim grin. He could be our hostage. And even if we couldn't take him all the way back, we could negotiate with them. Find out why they're here. Where they're going next. She looked over. Sensei. Kurenai was obviously torn between obedience and ambition. Sasuke is the only one who should be able to see through my genjutsu, she said after a moment, and Hinata's heart sped up. I'm sure the rest are competent enough, but that could be our ace in the hole. She looked out the window, and then back at them. But this could be dangerous. We'll need to move now, before they find out we're here. Are you ready for that? Retrieving rogue ninja like this never goes how you expect. We're ready, Ino declared, iron-willed. Shikamaru slowly stood up. As I'll ever be, he said, cracking one of his fingers. And I've got an idea, for what it's worth. They all looked at Hinata, and she nodded. For the first time in a year, she didn't have a shred of doubt. Let's get them back. Obito Sensei Chapter 45. Nice to meet the new you. As we are cousins, Lord of Lightning, so too have our countries been cousins since their genesis. Lightning high and reliable, and fire wide and rich. Though we have come to strife in the past, as all families must, we have never perceived it as a lasting bruise. Our people have been happy and our shinobi prosperous, and in a world with so many uncertainties those two constants have seemed as sure as the seasons as we have both grown secure in wealth and friendly competition. More than any other nation in this world we are equals who have and must live in harmony while our neighbors to the east and west squabble, divide, and lessen themselves with foolish conflict. Even the clashing of our shinobi has been proof of our partnership, for what wars could compare? No other nation could hope to hold such talent as our Cage of the Hidden Leaf and Cloud. ####. There are a lot of shinobi in this city, Karen noted. She was sitting on one of the beds they'd pushed up to the corner of the room, her legs crossed, and Sakura looked over at her as she spoke. The hotel they'd found had been cheap and squat, but it had enough rooms to comfortably host them and wasn't too far from anywhere in the city to be inconvenient. The manager had given Zabuza a dubious look when he'd taken his sword into the lobby, but Sasuke had offered an extra 1,000 ryo for him to keep quiet about it. Sakura doubted the man would stay quiet, truly, but she figured Sasuke knew what he was doing. He'd always been a quick thinker. Maybe he was sure that news of the sword spreading around wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. How many? Naruto asked. Karen frowned. Sakura vaguely understood how her sensory jutsu worked, but it still amazed her that the girl could just sit there and pick up chakra signatures throughout Fukamai City. Karen had mentioned before that she was sensitive, and Sakura sometimes wondered how she would have fared in the same situation. When she'd been younger, even just a year ago, she'd been very aware of the gap between her and others. How much worse would that have been if she could have felt their chakra and compared it to hers? They were all gathered in the same room, listening to Karen's report. Naruto was on Sakura's right, and Haku on her left, while Sasuke and Zabuza had taken up positions on either side of the room. Suijutsu was sitting on the floor, looking bored. I'd say, probably about 25, including us, Karen said, furrowing her brow. Not as many as in a village, obviously, but Waves must be busy right now. She slowly lifted her arm, pointing in two different directions, to the south and east. Most of them are spread out, isolated, but in those directions there are two groups of 4. Large variety in their chakra too, though the south is violent. I would guess that both are teams from other villages. The composition matches. 2 more teams from other villages. Suijutsu asked from the floor. And then another, what, 10 beyond that? Man, this place isn't that interesting. Other villages. The thought gave Sakura some pause. Was there any chance they could be from the Leaf? It seemed unlikely, but Waves was rather close to fire. It would share a border if not for the sea. Most have probably been hired by private corporations to provide security, Zabuza said, and the idea brought Sakura some peace. The older shinobi had propped his sword up against the wall at his side, and he crossed his arms as he spoke. Sakura had only been on one mission with him before, but the man wasn't exactly personable. He was a ninja from a different time. In this room filled with younger shinobi, including her, he stuck out like a sore thumb. Still, she was glad to have him. Haku trusted him with his life, and even if the Omekage had put Sasuke in charge, having someone with more experience along made her feel more secure. But 2 full teams means something else. He ran his hand over the bandages hiding his mouth, scratching beneath one of them. Could be competition. Could be something worse. We'll want to get eyes on them, Sasuke said, his voice low. Figure out which it is, before it becomes a problem. He drummed his fingers against his forearm. But if they're not going to get in our way, it'll be best to just stay out of theirs. We're here for something pretty specific. Why was it, Sakura sometimes wondered, that Sasuke had grown up the quickest of them? Maybe it was because he was chasing something more concrete than the rest of them, chasing his brother. Maybe there'd been something to that. Speaking of, she said, drawing the room's attention to her. She didn't flinch away. That was who she was now, the center of the room, the girl with 2 swords who yearned to join the Akatsuki. After a year of trying, Sakura could pretend to be herself flawlessly. I don't want this to turn into a month-long mission, she said with a grin, and Naruto laughed. Does anyone have a good idea on how to get a lead? She twirled some of her long pink hair around her finger. She'd enjoyed growing it out, and Haku had given her some tips on keeping it straight and out of the way no matter what. I suppose we could just run around town buying up everything in sight, but I doubt that'd be efficient. Shopping would be nice, Haku mused with a muted smile. But I have been considering something. Sasuke gestured, wordlessly opening the floor, and Haku took the opening the same way he did everything, gracefully. The currency you found came through the black market, from those smugglers, he said, making eye contact with Sasuke. Sakura's teammate slowly nodded. She was sure he'd already caught on to what Haku was saying. That implies that the false script is being released into that or a gray market first, before it filters into the general population. Those smugglers would have spent it at lawful establishments, after all, and from there it would have been untraceable without the resources of a nation's government. Haku smiled guilelessly. So our best bet is to sell something of value on the black market here in waves, and see if any of the counterfeit bills turn up. From there, we would have a more direct line to their producers. Sounds clever, Suijutsu drawled. But I doubt it'd be that simple. He gestured around. What the hell do we have to sell? I was sold on the black market once, Haku said matter-of-factly, and Sakura blinked. That was something she hadn't known, even after a year in a megakure. She looked at Haku with new eyes, and the boy gave her an amused glance. But I think I'm a little too old to be convincing property now. Nonetheless, that should give you an idea of what we could offer. Perhaps some of our ninja tools. Sasuke said. Sakura followed his line of sight, and felt a laugh bubble up in her chest. We do have something that's worth quite a bit. Absolutely not, Zabuza growled, laying one arm as if to shield his sword from Sasuke's sight. It is one of the 7 swords of the mist, isn't it? Sakura found herself asking, and Zabuza's glare switched over to her. I bet there's all sorts of people who'd love to ransom it back. She leaned forward, feeling a little devious. That's a good idea, Sasuke. It's not happening, Zabuza said, trying to sound intimidating. The fact he was starting to shield the sword with his body as though it were a defenseless child somewhat took away from the attempt. I'm not letting Kubikaraibisho leave my side. Sakura knew it had had a name long before Zabuza had picked it up, but that didn't make the man's tone any less funny. The others in the room were getting in on it now too, even Karen, looking at the man and his sword with amused grins. Appropriately, it was Haku who restored some clarity. We wouldn't really sell it, Master Zabuza, he said, and Zabuza huffed, grumbling under his breath. We would only make the offer, and see if any counterfeit currency appeared in response. And if we were forced to go all the way to a handoff. He shrugged with a smile. The black market has no legal protection, and is filled with the scum of the earth. We could just steal it back. There are 7 of us, after all. Zabuza narrowed his eyes. You know it may not be that simple, Haku. May not. Haku slipped off the bed. But it could be. Let me make the attempt. I'll go alone, so as not to spook anyone. In a city like this, I have no doubt illegal markets are thriving. I'll spread around that I have the Kubikariba show, and that I'm looking for a serious buyer. We will see if that leads anywhere. She looked to Suzuki for permission. Sakura found herself a little hesitant to let Haku go. Even if, objectively, the boy was one of the strongest among them, letting him loose into a city with more than a dozen other shinobi gave her a bad feeling. They had no idea who else was out there. But it was an irrational feeling, and Suzuki didn't share her hesitation. A moment of thought more, and he nodded. Be safe about it, he said, and Haku started slowly moving towards the door. When should we start worrying if you don't come back? It may not take much time, Haku said. Or I could be gone for some time. There's no saying. Karen, will you track me? The redhead nodded. Of course, she said. Can you signal to me if you need help? Just a sharp spike. Haku laughed. Of course. He looked around at all of them, his gaze lingering on Sakura, and she felt her heart speed up at the eye contact that lasted just a moment too long to be ordinary. Have a good dinner, will you? Don't mind me. Tomorrow may be eventful, if I'm fortunate. And with that abrupt goodbye, he shut the door behind him and left the rest of the rain team alone. Naruto gave Sakura a suspicious look out of the corner of his eye. What was that? He asked, and Sakura was astonished to feel the beginning of a blush creep onto her cheek. She shook her head and helplessly shrugged. I've got no idea, he said, but Naruto's suspicion didn't abate. He sat back, eyes narrowed, and Sakura almost giggled at the childish look. Well, I guess we got a whole bunch of waiting around on our schedule then, huh? Suijitsu asked. It seemed that he was only lying flatter and flatter over time. Anyone bring any cards? Shinobi shouldn't play cards, Zabuza muttered, and Suijitsu propped himself up on his arms to grin at the man. Yeah, Shinobi should be too busy killing people, right? He shot back, and Zabuza huffed. Karen was still sitting on the bed, her eyes closed as she sensed chakra around the city, but Sakura saw her start to smile at the Hojoki's tone. You should let me borrow that sword if we do end up having to sell it, old man. That way you won't have to watch it leave your hands. Not in 100 years, Zabuza said, his voice ice. Before things could fragment more, Suzuki spoke up. I didn't know that about Haku, he said, looking around at the rest of them. Did you? Everyone except Zabuza shook their heads or shrugged, the older man was a statue. Sakura remembered an old conversation, the night that had started all of this so long ago. Haku told me that you saved him from the land of water, she said, and Zabuza shifted to glance at her. When we first met. Did he mean that you bought him off the market? What, like a slave? Suijitsu made a face. That's fucked up. Sakura wasn't sure Zabuza would respond, but after a too long pause, he spoke. I did not buy him, he rumbled. He caught my eye in the streets. Probably when he was being moved from one auction to another. Everyone including Sakura leaned in, the man's voice had an almost hypnotic effect, the way he ground from one syllable to the next. I thought that he looked like he had potential. He uncrossed his arms. He reminded me of me. So I took him. Did you kill the people who had him? Naruto asked, uncharacteristically intense. Zabuza's mouth pressed into a line. Some. His nostrils flared beneath the bandages hiding most of his face. The rest ran. Good, Naruto eventually declared, settling back. People who would sell someone, especially when they were just a kid. For a second, a sneer crossed his face. I guess I'm glad you found him. We'll be dealing with those people, if Haku's plan works out, Suzuki pointed out. Keep that in mind. They won't be trusted. He smiled dourly. We are hoping they'll pay us off with fake money. Yeah, Naruto muttered. I'll remember, Yeesh. Suijutsu said from the floor. You guys can't go one conversation without talking about this sort of shit, can you? He jumped to his feet. Let's get some damn food or something. I saw something called fish and chips, what the heck do you think that is? Let's go get some. It's probably fish and some chips, Sakura said flatly, and Suijutsu smiled at her. Ah, but what kind of fish? How are they cooked? Same goes for the chips. He declared. That's the mystery that should get us the fuck out of here. Don't you only need water? Suzuki said, but he pushed off the wall nonetheless. Suijutsu gave him an offended look. I mean, technically, yeah. He said indignantly. But I still like eating food. Don't you only need, like, tofu? That's fair. Suzuki grinned. Well, let's get some food then. We can figure out something more afterwards. He turned to Karen. Anyone to worry about? Doesn't seem like it, Karen said, opening her eyes and stretching. They're moving around, but none towards us, or with a definite pattern. I think for now everyone is just minding their own business. Perfect time then, Naruto said. Let's go. Fish and chips ended up being breaded and fried processed fish, which wasn't too shocking, but the chips were greasy deep-fried strips of potatoes, which Sakura felt somewhat jilted by. They weren't chips at all, by her reckoning. They bought a half dozen from the vendor, Zabuza declining to eat and Naruto taking two, and retreated back to the lobby of the hotel to eat in peace, out of the mild drizzle that had moved in on the city alongside low-hanging dark clouds. The hotel might have been cheap, but the lobby was nice. It was a wide space dominated by two faux marble pillars that divided the room in two, and it had several communal seating areas that offered a nice view of the street through tall windows that covered most of the wall. Team 7 ate their questionable seafood, chatted with their friends, and tried to enjoy the light patter of rain. I'm heading up, Zabuza had said before they'd even started eating, and no amount of needling from Suijutsu had dissuaded him. Sakura wondered if he just didn't like leaving his sword alone. When Suijutsu finished, he chased after him, and eventually Naruto left as well, explaining he wanted to see if he could get more out of Zabuza. That left Suzuki, Sakura, and Karen downstairs and luxuriating in the quiet when the redhead made a soft sound and swiveled her head towards the entrance. Something up? Suzuki asked. He looked at Sakura, and she started to stand up. She jerked her head upwards, wondering if she should head upstairs, and Suzuki frowned, waiting for Karen to respond. I was wrong, I guess, the girl said with a nervous laugh. One of the four-man teams repositioned a little. I didn't pay it any mind, but now one of them is working their way towards us. Very dark chakra. She frowned. There's no, well, it's not like killing intent. They're focused, but not murderous or anything. Suzuki's lips twisted. If they're heading towards us, they know something is up. He stood up, and Sakura and Karen did as well. We'll meet them here. I don't think most people would try to start something inside of a hotel. Maybe they're coming to negotiate, or figure out why we're here. If it seems suspicious, we'll grab everyone else. He looked at them, and Sakura saw a hint of doubt in him. Suzuki had always been able to act like he knew everything, but being in charge of them was something that was still new to him. She nodded, reassuring him. It's the right move, she said. Karen softly agreed. At least, I think it is. If we grab everyone, they could think we're getting ready for a fight. She glanced at Karen. If they're coming right for us, they probably have a sensor too. Or they could be one themselves. Right, Karen muttered. Well, they're getting close. They'll be here any minute. She started pacing. I don't like it. It'll be fine, Suzuki said in a confident tone. There's 3 of us. If they were coming to fight, they would have come in force. He gestured for Karen to sit. Let's just see what it is, all right. Karen sat back down, taking a deep breath and nodding. Sakura wondered what in her life had made her so nervous. She knew the girl was an Uzumaki like Naruto's mother. What had she seen in her time as a refugee, before she'd come to Rain? Maybe Naruto knew, but Sakura had never pressed it. They waited in tense silence for about 30 seconds as Sasuke and Sakura took up positions on either side of the lobby, standing in the shadows of the pillar. Eventually, Karen took another deep breath. "They're right outside," she said. The rain had picked up and so had the wind, driving it through the city streets in great sheets of water. There were scores of people rushing for cover outside, and Sakura couldn't see anyone remarkable among them. If the shinobi really was right there, they were probably shorter. Or just exceptionally good at disguising themselves. Maybe they were under a henge? The automatic doors dinged and opened, and a half-dozen people rushed inside, shaking the rain out of their hair and laughing. They looked to be tourists, mostly younger and carrying backpacks, and they meandered towards the front desk, obviously interested in a place to stay. However, one of the people who'd come inside stayed behind, lingering in the doorway before he stepped fully within. Sakura sucked in a harsh breath as Shikamaru Nara made eye contact with her. "Wow," Shikamaru said. She didn't have to see Sasuke to know he was having the same reaction. Even 15 feet away, she could feel him tense up. "I guess I couldn't believe it till I saw it for myself." He was older, taller, but there hadn't been even a second where Sakura hadn't known it was him. His hair was still the same old pineapple, and his dark eyes were still filled with intelligent amusement, like there was a joke that only he could hear following him. He looked between her and Sasuke and took another step into the lobby, both his hands visible and empty. The silence stretched, the sounds of the tourists negotiating with the manager at the front desk falling away, and Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. "Anything to say?" he asked, spreading his hands. Sakura fought the urge to lower her hand to her sword. That was insane, obviously. She was just nervous. After a year, she'd rehearsed this sort of meeting a million times. And yet, the fact that it was happening now still filled her with dread. "Shikamaru," Sasuke eventually said, his voice level. Shikamaru looked him over, his eyes lingering on Sasuke's flak jacket. "Hope you're doing well." "Very well," Shikamaru said, still cautiously entering the lobby. Sakura tried to breathe out her tension, and some of the Naras vanished as well. She realized her whole body had been tense, and he'd picked up on it. "How about you?" "Okay," Sasuke said with a shrug. The conversation was unbearably artificial. "We didn't expect to run into anyone from the Leaf down here." He smiled. "I guess that was dumb of us, huh?" "Pretty dumb," Shikamaru agreed. "It's practically just down the road, after all." He looked at Sakura. "What about you, Sakura? Hope you're doing all right." "Fine." "What are you doing here, Shikamaru?" she asked, desperate to cut to the point. His face tightened. She was too busy calculating to worry about it. If Shikamaru was here, that meant Ino and Koji and Asuma were here. She wasn't sure how Asuma stacked up to Zabuza and Haku, but she was sure he was more than a match for the rest of them. And Ino meant that they had to worry about the Yamanaka mind control jutsu. But wait. If it was Shikamaru's team, how had he found them? She looked to Karen, and the girl shook her head, reading Sakura's anxiety in her chakra. Shikamaru had come alone, that meant they didn't have to worry about Ino at least. Sakura tried to fully relax, but it just wasn't happening. How had Shikamaru known they were here? Was Asuma a censor? "I wanted to see if you guys were really here," he said. "And I guess to see how you were doing." He leaned against a couch as Sakura focused. Watch his shadow, she thought. If he tries anything, it will be that. The room was well lit and he was about 15 feet away, the three of them forming a triangle as Karen stayed seated in the corner, but the shadow of the furniture he was against could be used to hide something. "You seem healthy." "I'd say we're doing pretty well," Sasuke said. He smiled without smiling. "I made Jonin, actually." "Wow." Shikamaru didn't sound impressed. "That was pretty fast, but I guess I should still congratulate you." His posture relaxed further. "I did have a question from someone else to ask." "Yeah?" Sakura said. "What's that?" Shikamaru shrugged. "Are you guys happy?" "Happy?" Sasuke asked, and Shikamaru gave him a rude look. "In rain," he said. "We spent." He laughed. We spent the last year wondering why you ran away, what made you do it? You're at least happy with it, right? His hands curled into fists, and the tension was quite suddenly back. It was worth it, right? I'm happy, Sakura said. Sasuke remained silent. We have friends. Not as many as we did in Konoha, but we're trying to make the world a better place. She took a step forward. Shikamaru, it's good to see you. But if you came by yourself to ask us to come back, that's just not happening. I'm sorry. Shikamaru frowned and pinned her with an unreadable look. Slowly, he shook his head. See, he said. I was worried you'd say something like that. Even Sakura could feel his chakra darken, like a cloud had passed in front of the sun. She reacted without thinking. As she began to move forward, moving her hand down to unsheath her sword, Shikamaru snapped his fingers and spoke. So I guess I'm sorry too. Sakura locked in place. She looked down and cursed. The floor was hardwood with the occasional carpet. She hadn't seen a shadow approach, but now one was wrapped around her foot. The same thing had happened to Sasuke. Shikamaru had moved his shadow in between the cracks of the wood, concealing it until the last second. Now, there was an obvious web of darkness linking every shinobi in the room, including Karen. As her body froze, the high window behind Shikamaru cracked. It was a single point that fractured, sending fissures racing down the huge window. Something invisible and high energy had passed through the glass, Sakura realized. Sasuke could see it, his Sharingan was active now. But he couldn't move. He twitched, and Karen called out from the couch she was stuck to. A shot. She said. Sasuke, they shot something dash. Sasuke's not here right now, Sasuke said, and Sakura watched as Shikamaru's shadow withdrew from him. Shikamaru grunted, making a ram sign, and Sakura's own paralysis gained an active weight, almost pressing her down. Sakura's teammate turned towards Karen with a grim look. If you'd like, I can take a message. It took a second for Sakura to recognize the tone. Ino. She whispered, and Sasuke turned to her instead, Sharingan flashing. Hey, Ino said in Sasuke's voice. What's up, Sakura? Sorry about this, Shikamaru said, backing towards the exit. His jutsu had improved, Sakura realized with a burst of anger. She wasn't mirroring his actions, the shadows were simply binding her. But he was sweating, it was an obvious strain. Sasuke, no, Ino strode after him, moving confidently in a body that wasn't hers. But we're gonna take him with us, Shikamaru continued. I hear there's a whole bunch of you here, so we've gotta get going. We'll catch you, Sakura said, too furious to scream. She almost wanted to chase them. Or did she want Sasuke to be taken away? The thought gave her pause. We don't have a choice. Even if there's more of you. I really hope you and Naruto will come too, Sakura, Ino said, stopping at the door. Sakura could feel her anger start to burn her reason away, but she forced it down like a door slamming in her mind. She had to stay smart, being stupid had gotten them into this mess in the first place. I don't really care why you left. If it was your parents or that mission to Waterfall or the Chunin exam or whatever. Her emotions in Sasuke's face were bizarre to see. We just want you back. Sakura didn't respond. The Sharingan shifted down. You've still got that knife, Ino said with a smile. You're still carrying part of Konoha with you. It wouldn't be that hard. It's not part of Konoha, Sakura said, her whole body vibrating as she tried to break from Shikamaru's shadow. It's part of you. Ino blinked, and then she and Shikamaru turned and ran. The shadow possession stayed active for 15, 20 seconds, and then finally shattered. Sakura couldn't help but be impressed by the range. The second the shadow was gone, Sakura burst out into the street, with Karen right behind her. Which way? She barked, but Karen was already shaking her head. They're way ahead of us already. Already meeting up with the other three. 2, I guess, she said. Sakura snarled, flicking her head towards the hotel. Get the rest, she said, and Karen obeyed her without question. We'll chase them down. What are you gonna do when we catch them, though? Karen asked, turning away. What if they don't leave Sasuke's body? Ino will have to. She'll be a liability otherwise. Go, Sakura said. Karen ran back inside, past the hotel manager who was coming out to inspect the broken window. Geez, he muttered, looking Sakura over. He looked like he was going to say something, but something in Sakura's face made him reconsider. He turned back, shaking his head and talking under his breath. Damn shinobi! ####. When Sasuke woke up, he found himself looking at a muddy forest floor racing by below him. It took him time to understand where he was. His consciousness had been turned off like a light bulb, and everything came slowly and without purpose for the first couple seconds. He was being carried through the forests of the Land of Fire, he eventually realized. The weather had taken a turn for the worse, pouring down sleet and rain and turning the ground to semi-liquid muck as the trees shook with strong winds. His feet were tied, bound with rope and ninja wire, and his arms were secured to his sides, leaving him capable of not much beyond moving his head and torso. He twisted around, trying to figure out who was carrying him over their shoulder like a rucksack. Long black hair, he didn't recognize it at first glance. But it definitely wasn't Asuma, or anyone else on Shikamaru's team. He sucked in a deep breath, life fully returning. They hadn't blindfolded him, that hadn't been smart. Maybe they'd been in too much of a hurry. If he caught someone's eye. He looked back, and locked eyes with Hinata Hyuga. The girl's Byakugan was active, her pupilless eyes darting around, but they settled on Sasuke when he looked back. He'd never seen that kind of expression on Hinata's face before. It was something at the intersection of anger and sorrow and confusion and joy, and even his Sharingan couldn't decipher it. They were stuck like that, staring at each other for several seconds as they hurtled through the forest. Sasuke knew Hinata understood exactly what his eyes were capable of, but she didn't look away. Didn't even blink. Why? To see what he'd do? He should have placed a genjutsu on her immediately, something to make her stop running, or deactivate her Byakugan, or done anything but stare at him. But Sasuke didn't do a thing, and Hinata spoke. Sensei, she said, her voice calm and level. He's awake. No one look at him. It took Sasuke a second to recognize the voice, helped along by Hinata's obvious familiarity in her addressal. Kurane Ui was carrying him. That meant this was a joint team. For shinobi, like Karen had said, but split between teams 8 and 10. He wouldn't have expected them to split the trio. He had thought Koji would have been backing Shikamaru up. Stupid of him. Stupid to make assumptions, stupid not to call everyone together the second a single shinobi had approached, stupid and cocky. Itake never would have made that mistake. Bringing me back to the leaf, he said, not letting any of his self-recrimination show. He looked around and listened, trying to figure out where the rest of the team was. Hinata was still directly behind him at the rear of the group, though she'd followed her sensei's orders and averted her eyes. Ino was to his right, Shikamaru to the left. Diamond Formation, VIP, or Captive Escort, textbook. They were going fast as they could safely while carrying him, if Sasuke remembered his maps right, and he did since he had an eidetic memory when it came to what he'd seen. Konoha was only a couple 100 miles to the north. Where else? Kurane said, huffing. It's where you belong. Be a good little rogue ninja and don't struggle, won't you? This is a bad idea, Sasuke said, feeling Kurane stiffen under him. And I bet you guys knew it. You're too smart not to. He looked back at Hinata. Hinata, you must have seen. I have 6 subordinates with me, including Naruto and Sakura. They'll chase after me, and they won't have to worry about carrying someone. You probably only had, what, a 30-second head start. How close are they now? Outside of my range, Hinata responded, still so sure and clear, and Sasuke couldn't help but smile. And how far is that now? He asked, and he could swear the girl blushed. She's not gonna tell you that, you damn moron. Ino shouted from his right. Sasuke tried to twist to look at her, but Kurane shook him and prevented him from looking east. All you gotta know is that we're winning this race. That's unlikely, Sasuke said. Was he actually calm or just pretending? He wasn't sure himself. One of my team is a sensor, their jutsu extends for several kilometers, so they'll likely be able to track you no matter how far ahead you get. Carrying me will slow you down too, especially if I do start struggling. Someone knock him out again, Shikamaru groaned. I'm not interested in this crap. I don't want you guys to get hurt, Sasuke said sincerely. Hinata looked at him again, and once again he didn't try to hypnotize her. You're outnumbered. I understand that you must have seen us and thought this was the perfect opportunity, and you might have been right, but it's not going to work out today. Maybe you can try again another day. It's too late for that, Shikamaru said, drawing closer as some sleet splattered across the back of Sasuke's head. We've already committed. I'm their commander, Sasuke said with all the authority someone bound and being carried through a freezing forest could muster. If I tell them to stand down, they will. Is that why you left? Kurane suddenly spat. Because you weren't promoted? I suppose Rain was only too happy to give you that jacket. She and Ino slid across a patch of mud like they were wearing skates, Chakra carrying them across the muck without friction. Something like that makes me wonder if we should even take you back. Before Sasuke could make a retort, Hinata spoke. No, she said softly. That wasn't it. He felt like an insect on a pin under her eyes. You were chasing your brother, weren't you, Sasuke? He narrowed his eyes. Hinata kept speaking. She looked tired. Keeping her Byakugan activated while running at full speed through a dense forest was probably a significant exertion, but her voice didn't betray any of it. I'm sure Shikamaru told you we've all been thinking about it. We couldn't understand what had happened, but I think each of you had your own reasons. And I think the only thing that could have driven you out of the village like that would have been your brother, right? Her eyes were knives, cutting right through him. Itaki Uchiha is working for Rain, and like an idiot you chased after him. Sasuke blinked. Could he tell them the truth? No, he decided after a heartbeat. Not with Suijutsu, Karen, and Zabuza chasing after them. If they did turn around, it would be inexplicable. There'd be questions, and no time to prepare convincing lies. The Omekage already knew the truth, but no one else did. If that information spread, they would never be trusted. Sakura would never get into the Akatsuki. They'd be stuck in Rain forever, or until they defected back to the Leaf with nothing to show for their efforts. Failures on both fronts. His hands curled into fists. You're right, he said, and Hinata sucked in a breath. Validation blinded her, and Sasuke felt a flash of uncharacteristic guilt. I told you, back at Sakura's birthday, that I met Itaki in Waterfall. He told me that he was there working for the Land of Rain. When Sakura told me that she was defecting the next day, I asked to go with her. I was determined to find him. He closed his eyes. I've got nothing to show for it. Then why did Sakura and Naruto leave? Shikamaru asked, always so careful with his words and methodical in unearthing the truth. Sasuke breathed out, not wanting to look at Hinata anymore. He didn't like how it made him feel. Sakura was obsessed with Rain's ideals. Even more so now, having lived there. She really does think they can make the world a better place. Naruto. He chuckled, and Kurane roughly hoisted him into a more uncomfortable position. We dragged him along. He didn't want us to go alone. He told the Omekage when we got there that he was there to make sure we would be okay. He cared more about that than keeping his father happy. Sasuke felt his throat grow thick. Even if it was only a partial truth, telling the truth to people he was sure despised him still unlocked something in his chest that he was sure was gone. This must have been how Taka felt, he thought, the painful realization sudden and harsh. The thought of drawing closer to his brother in any way filled him with equal elation and terror. If that's true, that was pretty messed up of you, Ino bit out, and Sasuke breathed out. Yeah, he said. It was. Hinata's eyes narrowed a little, her gait changing, and Sasuke smiled, unable to keep some sorrow from leaking into it. They're catching up, right? We can still beat them, Hinata muttered, but the surety that had turned her eyes and words to steel was fading. They're at the edge of my range. Let's pour it on, then, Kurane said, putting on another burst of speed. Once we're home, we can get Ino's family to find out the truth. But after another minute, Hinata was only looking more concerned. His friends were catching up, and he didn't know how to feel about it. Struggling to control his emotions for the first time in a year, Sasuke had an epiphany. "You guys weren't in wave for us," he muttered, and he felt Kurane look over at him. "There's no way you could have known we were there, and if you had, the Hokage would have sent a different team. A team that most likely would have had instructions to let them get away," he internally amended. "Maybe even Obito himself." He opened his eyes, able to face the world again, to be the person he needed to be here and now. "You were there for the counterfeiters," he said with absolute confidence, and Hinata almost tripped. "So, that's Rain's work?" Kurane asked, betraying that he was right. Sasuke shook his head. Konoha was aware of the money too, just like Nagato had feared. But, in this case, this one impossible situation, that was to their advantage. "No. We were sent to track them down as well, and deliver them to the land of fire." The gears in his head were turning fast enough that they might burst into flames. This could work. This could be perfect. "What?" Hinata whispered, and Sasuke started talking faster. He could feel Ino and Shikamaru's attention on him as well. His words had thrown the whole team off. "The Omekage want more legitimacy in the 5 nations, Sasuke said. "I discovered some of the counterfeit currency myself and was assigned this mission to capture whoever was responsible." The words poured out of him. He was sure this was his last chance. "And I bet you were sent with the same objective." "The timing matches. The money must have recently begun widespread dissemination, and I and a member of the military police probably happened to run into it at around the same time. You're a modified team with 2 different interrogation specialists, alongside a capture and tracking ninja." He laughed. "Sorry to put it so coldly." "What the heck are you saying?" Ino asked, and Sasuke smiled wildly. "We've got the same mission," he laughed. The Chunin exam flashed before his eyes. "We're not enemies. We should team up." Ino was articulate as ever, and Sasuke heard another laugh escape him. This one was definitely a giggle. "We'd be stupid not to. 11 shinobi after 1 goal? We could accomplish anything." He twisted. "Listen, try to kidnap us afterwards if you want, but I'd offer our help free of charge. Our whole objective is to give you guys the people responsible for the counterfeit script anyway." Another giggle. Maybe he was cracking under the pressure, or just couldn't believe in this kind of serendipity. "Put me down. Everyone can win here." "Nice try," Kurane said. Sasuke's stomach dropped. "But that's obviously absurd. Rain wants the expertise of the counterfeiters, I'm sure." "He's telling the truth, Sensei," Hinata said, and Sasuke's gaze snapped back to her. "At least, I think he is." She bit her lip. "And they're catching up. They'll beat us to the village at this rate." A pause. They kept running. For a grim second, Sasuke worried that his words had fallen on ears deafened by hatred. "Damn!" Kurane muttered, before saying it louder. "Damn!" she almost shouted. Sasuke wisely stayed silent. Adding pressure at this point could tip things in the wrong direction. "We went off half-cocked," Shikamaru said, closing in from the side. "Kurane-sensei, let's drop him. Better to meet them on our own terms than have them catch us." Kurane let out a frustrated grunt and shucked Sasuke from her shoulder. He hit the ground and rolled, covering his cloak in mud and sleet as the Konoha team slid to a halt around him. He looked around, taking them in, and smiled. They were in the center of a small clearing, surrounded by trees and mud. "Could someone get my hands?" he said, lifting his bound arms and legs. "It'll make a better impression." Without looking at him, Kurane bent down and untied the knots at his back and ankles, and the rope and wire came free. She withdrew, pocketing the material, and Sasuke cautiously rose to his feet. "Let me do the talking," he said. "As far as Karen's concerned, you guys just came to a stop and surrounded me. They're not going to like that." "Sasuke," Ino said, and he looked at her. She narrowed her eyes. "You're not going to screw us, right? If I'd wanted to, I just wouldn't have said a thing." He shook out his sore hands. You're still my classmates. You're still my friends. At least, I think so. This'll be the best way. He flexed his fingers, trying to get the blood flowing again. Promise. When his team arrived, they arrived in style. The first sign was the cubic Aribisho winging through the air, a tremendous hunk of chakra-filled steel that buried itself in a tree behind them. In an instant, without a sense of movement or transition, Zabuza was atop it, squatting and glaring down at the five of them, and at Sasuke in particular. He had to struggle not to let out another laugh. The man looked completely furious. Sakura was next to arrive, sliding in with both of her blades unsheathed. As she came to a stop, muddy water gathered around them and created two whirling whip blades of water and dark ice, shining in the sleet. They cracked out, and Naruto came in at her side, alighting on a nearby tree and staring down, his hands together, ready to unleash an army of shadow clones. Karen stayed back, as she was supposed to, so Suijutsu was the last to arrive on the scene. He slammed into the tree next to Naruto so hard that the whole thing shook and dislodged a rain of needles in half-frozen water, and he leveled both hands at the leaf team surrounding Sasuke, index fingers extended and thumbs raised. Listen, there's two ways this can go. He shouted as Sasuke looked up at him, bemused. Sakura was the first to realize what was happening, marginally lowering her swords, but Suijutsu kept talking, obviously caught up in the moment. You can drop him and wander on back to your shithole of a treehouse, or I can blow your goddamn brains out. I think it's a pretty easy dash. Suijutsu, Sasuke coughed, and the Hojiki paused, actually taking the situation in, Sasuke's lack of bonds, the way Hinata, Shikamaru, Ino, and Kurane were arrayed around him. He blinked, and then a moment later dropped his finger pistols. Sasuke, he said. At his side a grin spread across Naruto's face. Did you make them agree to team up or something? Sasuke shrugged. Yup. Fuck. Suijutsu flopped down on the branch, dropping his finger pistols. Now why the hell did you do that? Hey, we're not thrilled about it either, Ino shot up at the boy, and he sneered down at her. Yeah, but he's convincing, right? He grumbled. Man, I never get to shoot anyone. You've got to be kidding. Zabuza dropped from the tree, yanking his blade out on the way down and landing without a sound. Sasuke had never seen him ready to fight before, and he was surprised to hear the older man's chakra was loud. It flickered around him with a deep red hue and was constantly letting out a low groan, like a tree tipping over. Sasuke had never seen someone passively manifest visible chakra like that before, not even Obito. They just snatched you up. His eyes had no humanity in them, and Sasuke stepped towards him, putting himself between Zabuza and the Leaf Ninja. We have to teach them a lesson. It would be a waste of time, Sasuke declared, and to his relief the team from Konoha stayed silent. We're after the same thing, they're here for the counterfeiters as well. I've decided that we'll be best served working together. Our mission was to deliver those responsible to the Land of Fire regardless. Shinobi from the Hidden Leaf will serve just as well. Zabuza's glare intensified, and Sasuke matched him, his Sharingan slowly rotating. They stared each other down, their conversation silent but brutal. You're young. You're an idiot. You never should have been in charge of this mission. Zabuza's chakra was screaming with it. We need to hurt these people, maybe even kill them. No one can attack one of Rain's shinobi and live. Sasuke sneered. It was possible that all that was true. But the Omekage had put him in charge. He was leading this team, Zabuza was not. The older man's hand shook, his blade quivering in the air, and then he breathed out, his chakra dissipating. He stood up, resting the blade on his back as sleet poured across them. Everyone else in the clearing, even Kurane, breathed out as well now that Zabuza's malicious chakra was no longer pressing down on them, squeezing their hearts. Then I'm going back, he grunted. In case Haku returns. He didn't spare another word, just walking past the group and back towards the Land of Waves. Sasuke suppressed a grunt of irritation and kept his eyes locked on his supposed subordinate the whole time, but Zabuza didn't even look at him. He was daring the Leaf team to try again, Sasuke knew, but this time Zabuza wouldn't be there to help. Probably as both a test of the alliance and of a somewhat genuine hope that they'd succeed in kidnapping him if they went for another round. The man vanished into the forest to the south, and Shikamaru coughed. "He's cheerful," he said dryly, and Sasuke gave him a grin. "Always," he said, feeling strange and comfortable. Naruto and Sakura approached, but Suijutsu stayed up in his tree. Karen was coming as well, Sasuke could tell. He saw a flash of her red hair in the forest. She was probably more confused than anyone. "We should head back," Sakura said, still watching the Leaf team cautiously. She let her blades retract, the water and ice vanishing in the sleet. "It sucks out here." "That's all you're gonna say?" Ino asked, and Sakura flinched. "We should head back." She stepped forward, her face twisting in fury. "Even if we've got the same mission dash. Can we at least do this out of the rain?" Naruto quickly asked, stepping in front of Sakura and taking the brunt of Ino's anger. Sakura didn't say a thing. Sasuke couldn't imagine what she was thinking. "Let's go back, we can go to your guy's hotel, and take care of it there, alright?" He ran a hand through his hair and brought it away covered in ice and water and a couple pine needles. "This is a really crappy place to have that kind of conversation, right?" "Oh, I'm hurt," Suijutsu said, finally dropping out of the tree with a grin. "Trying to ditch me for your old buddies." "What? You'd be coming too, right?" Naruto asked, apparently genuinely confused, and Suijutsu laughed. "Not that I think you guys would run for it or something," he said. He gave Hinata a mischievous look. "But they might be dumb enough to try something again." "It's a good idea," Sasuke said, trying to bring the conversation to a close. He turned and started to walk. "Come on. We'll get Karen, get back, and forget about this." He looked to Kurane, his Sharingan deactivating, and the look in her eyes made it clear to him she saw this as a détente at best. He shrugged, "That would work for them. We can figure out how to cooperate back in Fukumai City," he said, and after that he didn't dare to look back. Obito Sensei Chapter 46. Unexpected allies, again. No other nation, perhaps, but the gaudy bandits of Rain. Who but a comedian could call such a collection of determined anarchists a nation? To allow them their self-appointed label is to make an unforgivable concession. Forgive me for sullying this letter with even a suggestion at such poor humor. However, it seems we must speak of such unpleasant rise due to the recent tragedy within the Land of Waves. ####. Sakura Haruno sat in a hotel room with Suijutsu Hojiki, Karen Uzumaki, Naruto Namikaze, Sasuke Uchiha, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Hinata Hyuga, and Kurane Ui and wondered when the building would explode. Saying the tension in the room was palpable would be a comical understatement. The walls groaned with the weight of all their chakra. Even if this meeting was happening under the flag of a temporary détente, there wasn't a single person here who was comfortable with it. The shinobi of Rain, 5 strong, were lined up along one side of the room, leaning against the wall or sitting on the floor. Sasuke was the only one with some furniture to his name, an oversized chair that could recline to an absurd degree. But Sasuke didn't recline, he was bolt upright and at the ready. Even if it wasn't ideal, they weren't making a deal with friends right now. The shinobi of Konoha took up the other side of the room and its furniture, taking up one of the beds and the entire couch. Kurane was the only one who stayed standing, while Ino and Hinata had taken the couch and Shikamaru the bed. They'd been stuck in this awkward pause for almost 10 seconds now, which had happened a couple times since they'd arrived at the hotel. There had been no time to regroup, just going from one confrontation to another. It made Sakura's whole body itch. Finally, Sasuke, always making the effort, pushed through it and spoke up. "I'm curious about something," he said, and the Leaf Ninja stirred. "Yeah?" Ino asked. Just like Sasuke was always making an effort, she was always abrasive. She kept looking over at Sakura, and Sakura kept looking back. They were both searching for something that wasn't there, and the eye contact would always break unfulfilled and frustrated. "How'd you get me with your Shintenshin?" Sasuke asked. Ino smirked as he continued. "I was watching out for you the second Shikamaru showed up. I figured that would be your team's strategy, and you still caught me off guard." Ino glanced at Hinata and Kurane, obviously asking a question. Kurane shook her head, but Hinata spoke up nonetheless. "I guided her, she said, and Suzuki made an understanding sound. We waited until your companion. Haku? She asked, and Suzuki nodded. Until Haku was sufficiently far away, and then until your team was more spread out, and then I aimed the jutsu for her. In the middle of the city. Suzuki said with a faint smile. Sakura cocked an eyebrow, remembering a teasing conversation from a lifetime ago, just before Waterfall. She wouldn't have expected that look out of him then, and seeing it now was still just as unexpected. There was an uncomfortable feeling filling her up, a nostalgic past and an uncertain future grinding together like broken bones. That must have been difficult. She shot me through a couple buildings, Ino said, obviously unimpressed with Suzuki's attitude. Ino had always been hard to impress, Sakura supposed that was part of why she'd tried. It was pretty amazing, but I guess it was for nothing. Hey, that's not true, Naruto said. It seemed he finally regained his confidence. It brought us back together, you know. Shikamaru laughed. That's a hell of a thing to say, he said, and Naruto shrugged. We're both after the same thing, right? And I doubt you guys would've just walked up to us otherwise. Sakura had to admit he was likely right about that. Would they have even known the team from Konoha was here otherwise? Would they have met in even worse circumstances, both of them clashing together over the same objective? So what, do you know anything more than we do? Well, what do you know? Kurane asked. Sakura watched the woman carefully. She was the one who presented the most danger here. Once upon a time, Suzuki had said Kurane might be their sensei because of Sakura's proficiency in the simple genjutsu training the academy had. Even if she was far more sure than she should have been that Suzuki could take the older Jonin if it did come to a fight, Kurane's illusions and greater experience could be a deciding factor. She narrowed her eyes. It was way too easy to look at these people as enemies. Why? Just because they'd tried to kidnap Suzuki? Once upon a time she'd been driven into a murderous rage by the very idea of Hinata and Shikamaru and Ino getting hurt, but now she was thinking about hurting them herself. Had Rain changed her that much, or had her anger just been that shallow and easily redirected? Sakura clenched her fist. She hadn't had these many questions to ask herself for the last couple months, and she'd been getting used to it. Growing to like it, even, the surety and silence in her head. But one glance at her former friends, and all her doubts were surging back. Her inner voice wasn't quiet anymore. When the month was done, your anger didn't go away. It just became a part of you. Now, you'll be angry forever. Not that much, Suzuki guilelessly admitted. I found the counterfeit bills being carried by some smugglers in the Land of Rivers, and they told me that they'd picked them up in the Land of Waves. The nation did some independent verification, spying I assume, and I was selected to lead an extra-large team to ensure mission success. We're to capture the counterfeiters and their production facilities if possible and turn them over to the Land of Fire immediately. He leaned back, relaxing for the first time, but Sakura was sure even that was a calculated move. And is it the same for you guys? Or do you have something more? Kurane narrowed her eyes. We don't, she said shortly. I suppose it's sensible that the counterfeits would be noticed at around the same time. I don't imagine the Hokage thought that any other villages would be onto them so soon. She smiled bitterly. After all, you're one of the only Uchiha outside of the village, Suzuki, and it would take you or a Hyuga to notice them. A Hyuga? Sakura was surprised too. She would have assumed that the Byakugan's range would have made it less precise than the Sharingan. Served her right for making assumptions about a Kekkai Genkai she only had the barest knowledge of. Not one of the military police. I found them, Hinata said, and Ino nudged her. She was looking down now, some of her courage fading. Just by luck. She laughed, though it was more of a cough. I guess it was the same for both of us, Suzuki. Guess so. Suzuki trailed off, staring at the girl. Sakura was getting tired of the stilted back and forth, so she stepped forward, off the wall. She looked back as she did, but it looked like Karen and Suijutsu were content to listen at the moment. Suijutsu gave her a cheeky grin, but nothing more. How were you planning to track it down? She asked, and Kurane gestured with mock graciousness. You first, she said, and Sakura snorted. Suzuki? She asked, and he waved her ahead. You had to be a model ninja to get into the Akatsuki, and a model ninja asked their commander before they gave away sensitive information. Sakura forged ahead, holding onto the new, unfamiliar her with a steel grip. Living the lie was the only way she could keep herself together. We already know the money is being moved through the black market, since the smugglers ended up with some of it, she said. That's why Haku left, to try and make contact with some of the market's vendors. We figured that in a place like Fukumai City it would be thriving, and we're planning to make a generous offer there to see if we can draw out any counterfeit bills. Assuming Haku finds someone willing to buy, of course. Clever, Shikamaru grunted, and Sakura gave him an insincere smile. He looked at her cockeyed, clearly measuring her as always. He was the smartest one here, she thought. Were his own words as sincere as her smile? We were just going to brute force it. Brute force. It seemed Karen was no longer content to stay silent. She leaned forward, curiosity plain on her face. Do you mean just searching the city? That would take weeks in a place like this. Karen, right? Ino asked, and Karen nodded. Karen Uzumaki, she confirmed, and for just a second an obvious look of surprise flashed across Ino's face. She recovered, turning to Kurane, who just sighed. It seems this is the best option, the woman said. Ino took that as her permission. Hinata saw you all from pretty far away, she said smugly, and the Hyuga blushed. Her range has gotten crazy in the last year. Really? Naruto asked. Wasn't it like 100 meters or something back in the exam? Sakura nodded, pretty sure that was right. What is it now? Like a couple hundred? That's great, Hinata. Hinata blushed. A couple thousand, she said, very quiet, and Sakura couldn't help but blink. Suijutsu whistled. Damn, you could follow us around all day and we'd never know, he said with a laugh. Ino laughed back, the tone a little meaner. If we had a reason to, she said, showing teeth. Suijutsu smiled back, his triangular teeth a little more intimidating, and Sakura felt a bit of pathetic relief as the tension in the room ebbed into something more resembling rivalry. She shouldn't have been relieved. She didn't want to be. She didn't want to think about the serrated homesickness digging a hole in her heart. So you were just going to scan the city, kilometer by kilometer, until you found any production facilities, she said to take her mind off the ache, and Hinata nodded. And if you didn't find anything? She looked at her old friend. You were here just in case, Ino. Just in case, Ino slowly said, locking eyes with her. I'd like my knife back, by the way. That was the first thing that almost knocked Sakura back. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, and opened them to find Ino still watching her. Are we starting that now? She asked, and Ino's nostrils flared. The girl came up off the couch, and the semi-comfortable atmosphere snapped like a rubber band pulled to its limit. At her side, Hinata raised her head, her expression going flat. You owe us an explanation, Ino said. Sakura's heart became a stone, though the hole in it still remained. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. Her hand wandered down, and she saw Kurane tense. And I meant what I said about this knife. A part of you. Ino said, trying to muster up a sneer. Something was holding it back. That incomplete feeling, the vacuum in their life that they could all feel, kept her from putting her all into anything, even her anger. Yeah, that was a pretty good line. I didn't know what to say at the time. But I had some time to think about it when I was running off with Suzuki dash. She stopped to glare at the Uchiha. You're really fast, by the way, it's super annoying. Thanks. Suzuki said, bemused, and Ino snarled. You can't just say something like that. She said, spinning back to Sakura. You can't run off and leave us all behind and then say, oh, I've got a part of you with me, it's okay. Only a real piece of shit would do that. It's not like we had anything to hold on to, Sakura. We only had questions. She took a step forward, and Sakura clenched her fist on reflex. You brought us together for your birthday and then you ditched us, all of us, the very next day. What, did you want a final good memory or something? If that's what you were shooting for, it didn't fucking work. That's dash Sakura started to say, before the words froze in her throat. Shame almost weighed her head down, but she stayed standing tall. Suijutsu and Karen were watching her, she could see out of the corner of her eye, and with interest. Even if it wasn't their intent, she had to watch her words carefully. That's not what I was trying to do. I wasn't lying about forgetting my birthday. I just wanted to leave quietly, without a fuss. She centered herself. Did Sasuke tell you what happened? Is that why you all stopped? He told me you dragged him and Naruto along, Ino said, and Sasuke stirred. Well, Naruto at least, he said, looking back at his friend, who gave him a queasy thumbs up. I told them I was looking for Itachi. Ah, Sakura said, her throat dry. Had she been under some delusion that when she came back the conversation would be easier? I had a mission, I'm sure you understand. Had she really thought that, or had it just been that she hadn't even been thinking about going back lately? Yeah. That's pretty accurate. What the hell made you think that? Ino asked. Her team was happy to let her take the lead. That wasn't surprising. Shikamaru had always been passive, and Hinata was out of her element here. Kurane though. Kurane was just watching. Waiting for a slip-up. The women's eyes may have been red, but they were cold as ice. That it was okay? I didn't think it was okay. I didn't want them to come, Sakura said. We almost fought. I told them I'd beat them up before they could tell Obito, and that even if they dragged me back I'd just keep running. Just some embellishment, but she had to use the gap of a year and betrayal to make it more believable. The second Ino wondered why Naruto or Sasuke hadn't just grabbed Obito to take care of her, everything would come apart. I didn't deserve for them to come along. I didn't. If we could redo it, I would have made sure they hadn't known I was leaving. Naruto looked hurt at that, but Sakura shut him out. They both knew it was a lie, didn't that make it okay? How about why you left then? Ino said, her anger going from hot to cold. You got a good line for that too. Maybe she figured dash, Suijutsu started to say, his tone lackadaisical, and Sakura turned her head towards him. It wasn't conscious, but her chakra was like a spear, long and sharp enough to pierce right through him, and he froze at the look on her face. Sakura wondered what she'd see in a mirror as she turned back to Ino. It was the Chunin exam, she said. Shikamaru grunted. Because you weren't promoted. He said. Sakura closed her eyes. No. I didn't care about that. I didn't think I would be from the beginning, especially after I got matched against Gaara. She opened her eyes to find the whole room watching her, even Naruto and Sasuke. Had she ever laid it out for them like this, as plain as she could? Sakura was pretty sure the answer was no. I had a conversation with Haku during the second exam, when we teamed up in the Forest of Death. It was late and we were keeping watch together, and it made everything seem like a dream. I think that's why it stuck with me. He's not that pretty, Ino said, and she smiled a little when Sakura laughed. It wasn't like that. We talked about why Omegakure was sending ninja to the exam at all. What being a ninja is, the kind of perverse incentives it creates. Haku hadn't really put it to words before, I don't think, but he told me about the Akatsuki and why it had been founded and created the Nation of Rain. He told me that fundamentally, the Akatsuki was trying to create peace. And I think he was right, cause we're here now on a mission like that, trying to bring our villages closer together. Sakura took a breath. It was like I'd never had a conversation like that before, and only one since, and that was with Jiraiya of the Sunin. She looked over at her team to find Naruto putting on a mock-hurt look. No offense, guys, she said with a small laugh. But you know, we came up with a name for it, the shinobi system, an economy based entirely around selling and demanding violence. So when the final for the exam came, and I thought about how there were people who had come there from all across the continent just to watch people like us fight each other, a bunch of kids who'd been taught how to kill people since we could walk, when they were cheering when someone like Kabuto, who's kind, and only wants to heal people, almost got his hands sawn off. Her knuckles were going white. It made me angry. It made me think about it more, about what kind of ninja I wanted to be, what kind of world I wanted to live in. Uninterrupted attention. Sakura hated it. She breathed out. Some of it was probably intentional. Haku came to me a couple days later, once I was out of the hospital, and gave me an offer to join the Nation of Rain. So I think the setup there was targeted. She pointed at Suijutsu. You and Kabuto and Haku teamed up with us because of Naruto and Sasuke, hoping to recruit them, but the connection Haku forged with me was the most genuine. Suijutsu shrugged, but the Leaf Ninja just looked disturbed. That's manipulative, Hinata said. Sakura frowned and nodded. It was. But that was why I left. I guess you can call me an idiot if you want, but I really did think. I still do think, I guess, that Rain wasn't just another village, and that I could make the world a better place there. Be another shinobi who wasn't just spreading violence and pain and giving nothing back. She looked down. I guess when I say it that way, I do sound pretty stupid. It's a nindo, Shikamaru said after a short pause, and Sakura gave him a confused look. I guess that's better than not having one. He shifted forward. Ino, it seemed, was taking a moment, muttering something under her breath. What was the other conversation? He said, the gleam of curiosity in his eyes. The one with Jiraiya. Hey, yeah. Naruto asked. You said he visited, but you didn't talk about it. He scratched his head, feigning outrage. How the heck did that go? That was months ago. Not sure why everyone in the room was so focused on her, even Kurane. Sakura tried to not fall back into herself. She frowned. We talked about loyalty, she said, and Shikamaru scoffed. She raised an eyebrow at him. He was there with the Omekage, and they asked me if I thought loyalty was important. Subtle, Kurane said with a bit of a bite. Sakura saw Sasuke shake his head. I doubt it was about that, he said. Sakura confirmed with a nod. It felt good to share, she realized. Like they were catching up on lost time. It was a time where they could pretend things were normal, even if she wasn't a fan of herself being the focus. He wanted to know if I was loyal to people, or to structures, or to ideals, Sakura said. To her surprise, Hinata had the most dramatic reaction to those words. She leaned back, her brow furrowing in a frown. Sakura had no idea what that could be about. I told him that I'd gone to Rain because it was the closest to my ideals, and that if it didn't line up with them, I'd just have to make it. And Konoha was too entrenched for you, Shikamaru mused. Sakura found herself nodding along. Damn. I was hoping dash. That's not enough, Ino interrupted, shaking her head and drawing the room's center to herself. She sat down on the bed and crossed her arms, letting out a harsh sigh. That's not nearly enough. I don't have anything better, Sakura said, some of her fire returning. She spread her arms. Everyone, let's be honest, there was never going to be something that was enough. I did something incredibly selfish and hurtful leaving. She smiled, not sure if she was happy or sad. If you were thinking that there was something I could say that would make everything better, you'd be just like me. And just like me, you'd be deluding yourself. Though that was a lie, Sakura realized. She had one thing, an ace up her sleeve, something that not even Naruto and Sasuke knew about. Ino was quiet at that, the whole room was. Sakura took the opportunity to step farther away from the wall, almost to the center of the room. Ino watched her come with bitter eyes, but as Sakura knelt down before her she finally saw the hope that was behind them, the feeling that had been holding her friend back this whole time. The notion that loss and hope were really two sides of the same emotion hit Sakura hard enough to make her glad she was on her knees. Seriously. She heard Suijutsu say behind her, before there was a loud thwack. Someone next to him had hit him, she wasn't sure if it was Naruto or Karen. She rolled her eyes, and saw the ghost of a smile appear on Ino's face. I can't make it up to you, she said, dropping her head. All I can do is apologize. They were only a couple feet apart now. She just needed to get a little closer. I'm really sorry, Ino. All of you. I didn't mean for it to go this way. Sakura. Ino's eyes were welling up. I'm glad you're okay, but I also really wanna hit you, you know. Yeah, that's fair, she admitted. Ino's smile wasn't a ghost now. But after this mission, okay? I don't want my teammates getting the wrong idea. She reached out, opening herself up for a kneeling hug, and after a second of hesitation Ino barely took it, the two of them wrapping their arms around each other. It was tentative, careful, like they were both afraid one was going to pull the other into a grapple. It was there, in that moment of distraction as everyone else was keeping an eye on the other shinobi in the room, seeing how they would react, if they needed to spring into action, that Sakura whispered something into Ino's ear. ####. Sasuke watched Sakura hug Ino and wondered what his teammate was thinking as she pulled back. This was only going to make everything more painful in the end. He turned to Kurane, who regarded him impassively with her crimson eyes. "It's getting late," he said. Sakura backed up, returning to their side of the room. She looked a little rough, not that he could blame her. "And this isn't something we could resolve in one night. Maybe ever," he internally amended. "Are you at least content to work with us for the time being?" "No," Kurane said flatly. "But we'd be foolish not to." Sasuke nodded, noticing that Ino still hadn't pulled back. She looked confused. Had Sakura thrown her off that much? "For now, we'll search for the counterfeiters together." Finally, Shikamaru groaned, leaning back and closing his eyes. "Now we can talk about the actual important stuff." He cracked open one eye, glancing between Ino and Hinata. Finding that Ino was still apparently frozen, he nodded at Hinata. "Do you want to tell them, or should I?" "What?" Naruto asked. Sasuke was curious too. The Nara was trying to pretend he didn't care, but his whole body was tense. "I will," Hinata said softly, drawing Sasuke's attention to her. "I'm sure you are already aware there are many other shinobi in the city." "About 24, including us," Karen confirmed. Hinata nodded. "One of them is Gaara of the desert," she said. Sasuke felt his heart speed up at the name, and he wasn't the only one. Even though they'd already known, the Leaf team looked uncomfortable even bringing up the ninja from sand. Sasuke's teammates were worse. Naruto flinched, and Sakura just stopped where she was, staring straight ahead. "The sand guy?" Suijutsu asked. He was smiling, but Sasuke could tell he was thrown off too. "Yeesh, wasn't he a freak?" "Yes," Kurane said flatly. "We don't know why he's here, but we're going to avoid him. I would recommend you all do the same." "What's he been doing?" Naruto said. His face twisted into a grimace. "No way he's here for the counterfeiters. He wouldn't get sent after people like that, right?" "I doubt it," Hinata said. Her Byakugan activated, and Sasuke wondered if it really was that easy for her to cast her perception through a city of thousands to pinpoint a single person. If he looked at 1,000 faces, it would take him time to scan them all. Was Hinata just more proficient than him at breaking down that information, or did the Hyuga have some special training in the matter? "So far as I've seen, he's just been sitting around. Right now." She blinked. "He's on the roof of his hotel. He's staring at the moon." "The moon?" Sakura asked. Her whole body was rigid, and Sasuke almost reached out to snap her out of it before she sucked in a quick breath. "That's it. It's almost full," Hinata said quietly. "An April full moon like that, it's got a special name. I don't remember it. But it's enormous. And beautiful." They looked out the window to a city bathed in moonlight, and Sasuke had to admit that the moon must have been particularly huge and bright to fill up the sleet-covered city with so much pale light. Maybe he's just appreciating it. Sasuke couldn't help but notice that there wasn't just moonlight out there. Zabuza Momokai was across the street, crouched atop a light pole with his sword swung over his back and at the ready. He'd been there for a while, but Sasuke was pretty sure that only he and Hinata would be able to spot him without making an effort. The older shinobi barely breathed, and his sword didn't reflect any light. He was just another spot of darkness amidst the light and shadows and sleet. Even if the man had left, blatantly testing whether the Leaf shinobi would just snatch Sasuke back up and keep running, he had come back to observe the proceedings. Sasuke wasn't sure whether that was loyalty to the nation or self-interest. Maybe both. Right now, it didn't matter. "That doesn't sound like him," Shikamaru said, obviously surly and even more obviously unaware of their observer. Maybe he's changed, but I wouldn't risk it. He can't change, Sakura said. She smiled grimly. He's a Jinchuriki. He wouldn't be allowed to. Kurane gave Sakura an odd look at that. If we're doing this, we'll meet up tomorrow. Maybe. Haku will have returned something by then, she said, searching for the name. She smiled without smiling and gestured at Karen. We can both find each other easily enough, after all. For sure, Karen said with the same smileless smile. She sat up from the floor and looked at Suzuki. Suzuki? Yeah. Suzuki nodded, sitting up from his chair and trying to smile more genuinely. We'll get going. Just like that. Ino finally spoke up, and Suzuki shrugged. Just like that, he said. His eyes were drawn to Hinata, and once again they were stuck looking at each other, something obviously unfinished and painful filling the line of silence between them. Once again, Suzuki didn't have anything to fill it. See you tomorrow. When the doors to the lobby of the hotel, smaller and cheaper than their own, closed behind them, Suijitsu heaved a dramatic sigh. What a bunch of drama queens, he groused, swiping some sleet out of his hair. I thought they were gonna start weeping. It's no wonder you guys left. They're our friends, Suzuki said, his voice flat, and the Hojiki shut up. They glanced at each other, and then at everyone else. Karen just seemed to be relieved to be away from the high concentration of tense chakra, while both Sakura and Naruto were stuck in their own heads. They both stared out into the shadowed city, obviously trapped in the past. We left in spite of them, not because of them. Yeah, Suijitsu said, waving him off. Sorry. I guess I was just. He laughed. There was a second there where I thought, shit, they might just murk me and follow them back, you know. That's not going to happen, Suzuki said, and Suijitsu gave him an appraising look. He rolled his eyes. You saw how they acted. We knew what we were doing when we left. We knew it wasn't something we could just walk back. He stepped out into the street, and the others followed him. What we did is permanent, as far as we're concerned. Rain is our home now, no matter our feelings on it. Wow. Suijitsu laughed. Little bit bitter, don't you think? It's not bitterness, Suzuki said with a grin. But we're not like most who come to Rain. We didn't come from a failed society, we weren't hunted or persecuted. We all still have families back in Konoha. We left because of our ideals. You've talked about that before. You even had a fantastic sensei that you abandoned. I was surprised you didn't ask about him, Karen said softly, and Naruto shrugged. I'm sure he's doing fine. He's Obito. He can handle anything, Naruto said, and Suzuki could just about believe that was true. Besides, we'll be seeing more of them, it sounds like. We can ask them if we need to. I suppose, Karen said, obviously doubtful. Whenever you talk about leaving, it always sounds like it was Sakura's ideals that drove you guys. It makes me wonder why you'd give up so much. The sleet was still coming down hard, and they walked quickly through the streets on the way south back to their hotel. Zabuza was shadowing them, Suzuki was sure, but he could barely sense the man. Once again, Naruto took up Karen's question. Sakura was the first one, sure, he said, sounding thoughtful. But I think it was all our ideals. It's like Shikamaru said, I guess, it really was a Nindo thing. Elaborate, Suijitsu drawled, and Naruto laughed. I mean, I guess you could say that Sakura was all about what Haku talked about, being a ninja looking for peace. He smirked, and Sakura smirked back. She was always really shy at first, and then she started being angry instead. That must be what she was angry about. And Suzuki, I reckon he's all about justice. Justice? Suzuki almost came to a stop, but it made sense. He and Naruto had been obsessed with Itaki ever since the massacre, and that obsession had always manifested with the excuse of it being for justice on behalf of his clan. The obsession had never really changed, only morphed, and grown nuanced and painfully complicated, and Suzuki found that he couldn't disagree. So he thought Rain's ideas might work for that a lie, but a good one. And of course, he's still looking for his brother. Naruto gave Karen a cockeyed look. Though you've said a bunch of times you've never felt him in the village. Never, Karen confirmed. I wouldn't lie to you about that. No matter what. She brushed some wet hair out of her eyes. And what about you then, Naruto? My Nindo? Naruto asked with mock surprise. Well, that one's easy. I guess I kinda inherited it from my parents, but I bet a lot of people would if they grew up in my house. He stuck out his tongue. You gotta protect the people who are important to you, or else there's no point in being a ninja. So when Sakura and Sasuke were both going to rain, it was a no-brainer for me. I had to come along. He grinned. Make sure they didn't do anything too stupid, you know. As the rain and snow beat down on them all, Sakura spoke. I never heard your parents say anything like that, she said quietly, and Naruto gave her a quizzical look. About protecting people. I'm sure you knew them better than me, Naruto, but everything your father and Kushina and Obito ever talked about, it was always that a ninja has to be ready to sacrifice. I would have assumed that was their Nindo. Yeah. Naruto said, getting a distant look. That got different when I got older. But I remembered the stuff from when I was younger. I guess I liked it more. He kicked a bit of garbage out of the street. Sasuke watched it skitter into the gutter. I wonder why they changed. Obito Sensei Chapter 47. Rumors and Misunderstandings. It is natural that such events will thrust upon our respective nations their own responsibilities and opportunities, and I would not dream to dictate or suggest any line of action in that vein. The nation and its daimyo grieves, but let us recall that funerals are expensive and undertakers well paid. The deeper tragedy of waves I speak of is much more personal and close to my heart, the actions of, no doubt, rogue elements within the land of lightning. ####. When Haku got back, it was almost 11 in the morning. He clearly hadn't slept, but his long black hair and soft makeup that he put on every day was still impeccable. Sakura had no idea how he did it. Welcome back. She greeted him, and Haku gave her a tired smile. He sank down on a bed in the corner of the hotel's living room. Did you see the others on the way up? Some, Haku said, closing his eyes for a moment before thinking better of it. I saw Naruto and the others getting breakfast. Where's Master Zabuza? I thought he might be here. He's not, Sakura said, putting down her book. Haku watched it, curiosity plain on his face. He was probably wondering how many times she'd read tales of a gutsy shinobi already. When Karen said you were on your way back, he took her out into the city and asked the rest of us to wait. She laughed. Sasuke gave him permission, but I'm sure he would have done it anyway. He wanted to take a look at the competition. He's always cautious, Haku said with a small laugh, before reconsidering. Well, most of the time. He can be passionate. Hopefully you'll never see that. What do you mean? Sakura asked. Haku shook his head. Master Zabuza can get focused on something. Too focused. Right now, he probably feels like it's his duty to catalog the shinobi in the city. The beautiful boy closed his eyes again, and this time he let them stay closed for longer. He doesn't trust Sasuke. Because of his age? Sakura asked, genuinely interested in the answer. Haku shook his head. Because he's an Uchiha. When Sakura made a surprised sound, Haku opened his eyes. The Sharingan is a bloodline that's been tied to the hidden leaf since its creation. Zabuza doesn't think that Sasuke can ever leave the village behind because of that. Weird thought, considering he's carrying around part of the Hidden Mist's history with him, Sakura said with a cocked eyebrow. Haku smirked. He's not a perfect man, he said, and Sakura had to laugh at his familiar tone. Speaking of not perfect, she said, shifting forward. Did they tell you what happened last night? No, Haku admitted, finally giving in and lying back on the bed. Did you find a lead of your own? My night went well. That sounds good, but it wasn't quite that, Sakura said. One of the teams from another village was from the Hidden Leaf. Oh. Haku cracked an eye open, glancing at her from under the heavy lid. Oh dear. Did they dash? Yeah. It was a couple of our classmates even, Sakura said, surprised at her composure. Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Hinata Hyuga, and led by Kurane Ui. They kidnapped Sasuke successfully. Haku sat up, confused, before Sakura waved him off. He explained to them why we were here and they backed off. Why we were in waves, at least, she couldn't help but say to herself. For the rest, all she could do was hope Ino understood her straightforward message. It was tense, but they're here to track down the counterfeiters as well, so they agreed to work together with us for now. Huh. Haku lay back. Karen and Hyuga working together, that will make things simple if there are other shinobi involved. He took a couple deep breaths, and Sakura found herself content to just sit there with her hand on the spine of her book and listen to him breathing. His long black hair shifted softly against the sheets. How did that make you feel? He asked after a minute, and Sakura jerked, lost in the moment. Sorry. She asked with a blink, and Haku blew out a breath. Your first time running into your former comrades, he said. It must have felt strange. Sakura leaned back, taking her hand off her book and scratching at her arm. The tiny scar on her arm that she'd gotten on her first serank itched sometimes. She wondered if it was the same for her heart, with that little clot of natural energy still there, and she just couldn't notice. It wasn't as strange as it should have been, she eventually said. We didn't leave on bad terms. They were mad, I apologized. I don't think it's something that an apology could fix, but I could at least make the effort. After a year apart, it's not like we didn't know each other anymore. It was just seeing each other in a different context. They kidnapped Sasuke. An antagonistic context, then, Haku said. Sakura nodded. I was willing to hurt them over it. That part scared me. I was willing to do so much for them back in the Chunin exam, even facing down Gaara, but then they do something to one of my teammates and all that anger is redirected right at them. I didn't like that. She frowned, an unpleasant thought suddenly dominating her mind. Oh, right. Gaara's here. Gaara. Haku said. He didn't bother to try and rise this time, but he did make a limp, frustrated motion with one of his arms that Sakura couldn't help but laugh at. Of the desert? He's here. In the city. He doesn't seem to be doing anything yet, but there's no way someone like him is here without a good reason, Sakura confirmed. At the moment, we're just planning to stay out of his way. I doubt he'd be happy to see you, Haku said, ever understated. It was meant in good humor, but Sakura felt a shiver run down her spine at the thought. She would have been happy to never meet Gaara again, being within just a couple miles of him, even if he was ignorant of that fact, was distinctly unsettling. What about you, then? She asked, suddenly interested in changing the subject, and Haku shrugged. I found a buyer, the boy said, as if that wasn't great news, and Sakura stood up in excitement. Don't look so happy, he continued without opening his eyes. Sakura scoffed. It's hardly a sure thing. That's fine. How'd you find them? Sakura was almost vibrating, she'd known they could rely on Haku, but it was still unbelievable just how competent the boy was. Just another part of what made him incredible. We are trying to sell a weapon, I went looking for an illegal weapons market, Haku said with a faint smile. There is always more demand for tools of war. He shifted. Though I must admit, there were some interesting things there. More than just unique swords or ninja tools. What kind of things? Sakura asked. Haku wasn't the kind to care about weapons, not when he mostly only used senbon or his own bloodline. For something to catch his eyes, it must have been unique. Mostly the kind of thing a ninja would know was useless, Haku said, but with interesting principles. There was a repeating handgun, even. Multiple chambers, to load the rounds more efficiently. Still worthless against someone trained to use chakra, but tremendously dangerous to a normal person. He sighed and rolled over, clearly debating making an earnest attempt at sleep. What I saw was some sort of glove, I guess. A glove? Sakura asked with a frown. A glove with a mechanism worked into it. It looked like a metal spider laid over the top, Haku said. The arms dealer claimed it could channel chakra. What? Sakura asked, doubt clear in her voice. Through the glove? Why not just use your hand? No idea. That's just what they said. Apparently it was stolen from the hidden cloud, Haku said, yawning. 200,000 ryo asking price, though. It wasn't that interesting, and I didn't want to make a bad reputation for myself. That merchant did lead me to the interested buyer, though. He's a corporate man from the Land of Water. His name's Soichiro Kagane. The Land of Water? Sakura mused. Do you think he wants to sell it back to the Hidden Mist? It's very possible. He was knowledgeable about the sword. He confirmed that I'd taken it from Zabuza Mamakai. I would assume that, being from water, he might know just how desperately Mist would want it back. If that's the case, he may not use counterfeit money, Sakura said, feeling a twinge of caution. If he genuinely wants it, maybe even out of patriotism. I considered that, Haku said lightly. I made it clear I would only accept the Land of Fire's script. I also set the price as high as I thought was reasonable for someone as. His smile was almost a smirk. Desperate as me. 750,000, and the sale must take place within the next 2 days. We agreed to meet at the docks at midnight tomorrow, which I suppose is today. Unless he has shinobi couriers from the Land of Water, I doubt he'll be able to come up with that sort of money from water on such short notice. He'll look for local options, and a man like that would doubtlessly find the counterfeit currency, and take advantage of it, even faster than we could. Sounds like you've got it all figured out, Sakura admitted. Not at all. There's so many ways it could go wrong. But it's a start. Haku committed to turning over and looked at her. Do you think I have time for a nap? I'd rather not take a soldier pill so soon into the mission. The crash can be brutal. Just for an hour, probably, Sakura said. Haku was already slipping away. We agreed to meet up with the Leaf team when you got back. They're probably keeping an eye on us, so they'll know you've returned. An hour, then. Haku took the limited time with grace. Wake me, will you? And then he fell asleep, sprawled over the top of the blanket entrusting himself to her. Sakura shook her head, wondering just how much he had glossed over. It was almost noon, after all. She doubted making contact with the black market, especially weapons, was as simple as Haku had made it seem. She moved to leave the room, but hesitated. Even if it was just an hour, she didn't want him to be uncomfortable. Gingerly, Sakura took the edge of the blanket and pulled it up, wrapping Haku in it. The boy shifted and settled, his arms falling to his sides and relaxing, and Sakura stepped back, wondering if this was weird. After a moment, she decided it didn't really matter if it was or not. She left Haku in the hotel room behind, her steps silent, and headed downstairs to meet up with everyone else. ####. When the team from Leaf did arrive, there was an alarming moment where they stood outside the hotel lobby, clearly at the ready, and Sakura wasn't sure if they were going to attack or not. But quicker than a heartbeat, the moment passed and they stepped inside, casually making their way over to the table that the Rain team had taken over. It had only been 30 minutes or so since Sakura had woken Haku up from his nap. She was pleased with her timing. Karen had been tracking the Leaf team, and as soon as she'd gotten back with Zabuza she'd told everyone that they'd started moving. Morning, Shikamaru grumbled, and Sakura raised an eyebrow. It was past noon, after all. He rolled his eyes. Where's the big guy? Zabuza is keeping watch outside, Suzuki said, gesturing to some of the chairs they'd pulled up. Grab a seat if you want. We did get a lead from last night after all. Hinata was the only one who did, offering Haku and Karen a polite nod as she sat across from them. The table was long, though not long enough for everyone. Even so, Kurane, Ino, and Shikamaru left chairs empty, preferring to stand. The shinobi had now taken over a whole corner of the hotel lobby, and it was definitely being noticed by the others having lunch there. Sakura saw several worried glances being cast their way. I didn't see him, Shikamaru said, carefully neutral, and Suzuki shrugged. He's good at that, he said. It wasn't a lie. Zabuza was ridiculously good at going unseen for a 6-foot man with a sword the same size as himself. Now, Haku's made contact with the black market, and made an offer for a weapons sale. What weapon? Hinata asked. Across from her, Haku smiled. He still looked tired, but at least he was active now. Master's abuses, he said, and Hinata cocked her head in confusion. People are willing to pay quite a lot for a legendary blade of the hidden mist. How can you guarantee a connection to the counterfeiters? Kurane asked, crossing her arms. Sakura noticed that while everyone else was focused on Sasuke, Ino was looking at her. There wasn't love or hatred in her eyes, just confusion. Sakura felt a chill run down from the base of her neck. Did that mean Ino had understood her message or not? There's no guarantee, Sasuke admitted. But Haku has specified that he must be paid in script from the Land of Fire, and even a wealthy man is unlikely to have nearly 1,000,000 ryo on them on such short notice. Kurane looked impressed at the amount as Sasuke continued. He'll likely seek local sources, and someone of his means and a member of the black market besides will likely find the currency providers and seize the opportunity. If he doesn't. He frowned. Then we'll simply start over, and perhaps take advantage of Hinata. He inclined his head. With her permission, of course. I took the liberty of looking through the city after you left last night, Hinata spoke up. Sakura noticed the glance she shared with Kurane and Shikamaru, the subtle nod. There was nothing that stuck out to me at the time. If the production center is in waves, it is likely outside of Fukumai City, though I will of course dash. Pretty infallible, huh? Suijutsu spoke up, and Sasuke sighed. Sakura resisted the urge to do the same, it was stuff like that made it so hard to get along with the boy. It's a competitor with the Sharingan, Sasuke said, glancing at his friend. I trust Hinata. You could slip up, Suijutsu said with a dismissive grin, and Sasuke chuckled. Besides, let her answer for herself. The boy sauntered forward and leaned forward, placing both palms on the table. Haku looked over at him, unamused at his space being invaded, but Suijutsu ignored him. There's nothing you could have missed. Hinata drew herself up, and Sakura saw some of the steel that had been in her last night. I could certainly have missed something, she said. It would take days for me to examine every nook and cranny of a city like this. But there was nothing that was immediately obvious, no large production centers, like the kind we were told to watch for. And they couldn't just be hiding. Suijutsu asked with a toothy grin. Hinata shook her head. Not easily, she said. This time, she didn't look to Kurane for permission. Sasuke leaned in as she spoke. There are techniques to conceal structures from the Byakugan, but they are clan secrets. They would never be found in a place like this. Cause Hyuga never run off? Suijutsu asked, rocking back with a smug look. Hinata's mouth pressed into a firm line. No, they don't. A rogue Hyuga is impossible, she said, looking over at Sasuke. I am sure of that. Sakura looked back and forth between the two of them, wondering why Hinata spoke with such surety. But if you're a branch family like Niji, you're basically a servant to the main family. An old conversation with Tenten, held by a version of herself that had been gone by the time the Chunin exams were over. Sakura shook her head, the old words taking on a sinister new meaning. The Hyuga must have been different from the other clans in more ways than one. Okay, Suijutsu said, surrendering and falling back to the wall. He looked at Haku. So then what? We just wait around? When's your big meeting? Midnight tonight, at the docks. Warehouse 4, Sasuke said, but Kurane was already shaking her head. Relying on a single source is folly, she said. If this man proves to be a poor lead, or simply richer than expected, this will all be a waste of time. I agree, Sasuke said carefully. Sakura watched, interested. Seeing Sasuke work with other Jonin was always fascinating, but seeing him present himself as an equal to someone like Kurane was even more so. Did you have an alternative plan? A very simple one, Kurane said, crimson eyes alert. We intended to begin asking around. What, the city? Naruto said, finally speaking up and drawing both teams' attention to him. As always, he flourished under it. That's a lot of asking around to do. It's the foundation of any investigation, you know, Shikamaru said, scratching his back. Naruto scoffed. People know more than they know. What the heck does that mean? This is the kind of money that only Sasuke and Hinata could notice. I doubt anyone around here is gonna be better at that than them. Besides, it's super dangerous, right? Naruto rubbed at his scars thoughtfully. Probably means even less people would just happen to know something about it. The goal would not be to just happen to run across someone who is connected, Kurane said patiently. Sakura couldn't help but notice her eyes were a little less icy with Naruto than with everyone else. Maybe because of what Sasuke had said? In a crime like this, vertical integration is impossible. She noticed Naruto's confused expression and sighed, and Sakura suppressed a sneer at the woman. That is, not every part of the operation is necessarily illegal. Even if the funds are being released into the black market, they still might be being produced by legal workers who don't understand the nature of their work, or the place they're being made in could be legally leased. Most crime like this doesn't happen in some secret hideout out in the wilderness. Oh, Naruto said, and Kurane smiled. Small, but there. So you'd go looking for someone who knows someone's been hiring a bunch of new people. Something like that. Exactly, Kurane said. Something like that. And with the day before Haku's lead bears potential fruit, we would have plenty of time to dig up additional evidence, if it is out there. It's sensible enough, Sasuke said. He smiled. We may even attract attention, asking around. The counterfeiters may have tripwires for such a situation. If that makes them act, it could be equally useful. Precisely. And I doubt they're clumsy enough to pack up and run, Shikamaru said with a nod. That would probably attract attention, and questions. He smiled sardonically. Though any alert system they've set up may be dangerous to us. I'm confident we could deal with it, Sasuke said. Haku, you concealed your Hitai, right? Of course, Haku said, and Sasuke's brow furrowed. That's good. But if we're going to be out kicking trees and seeing what falls out, it might be best for you to separate yourself from us for the time being. Ah, Sakura muttered, mostly to herself, and Sasuke gave her a curious look. She waved him off. Nothing. We wouldn't want him associated with us. My, how rude, Haku said with a smile. No, of course. I'll keep to the room for today. I need the rest anyway. I doubt I'll go to the docks by myself, but it would make my goal obvious if I was walking around asking after counterfeit money beforehand. Exactly, Sasuke said. Sorry. It won't be a problem. Haku shrugged. I'll keep myself entertained. So, we're gonna start now. Ino cut in, impatient and harsh. Sakura gave her a questioning look, and the girl's look back didn't answer a single one of her questions. If you all are ready, by all means, Sasuke said. He stood up, and everyone at the table, even Hinata, stood up with him. Let's start now. Separate teams. Kurane asked. Sasuke nodded. We can find each other if necessary, he said. And of course, Sakura thought, this way there was no chance of another attempted kidnapping. If something does come up, I'm sure we'll warn the other. And with that weak assurance, they went their separate ways once more. 4 hours later, Sakura and her team didn't have much to show for their time. Fukumai City was overflowing with good food and rumors, and they'd picked up plenty of both. There was a place that sold pizza here. It wasn't as good as the kind Haku had shown her back in Rain, the kind with huge ripe tomato slices on the top of it, but Sakura still liked it. The rumors were just as tasty. The daimyo was intensely jealous of the Fukumai family, it went, and was planning on ousting them and making the city his new capital. The old one, Tsunami, was growing decrepit and outdated in comparison, and change was on the tides. But it could go the other way, some were saying. The old daimyo had done nothing for Waves when it was dying, and Kaiza and Tajuna Fukumai had just about single-handedly brought it back to life. Even if they were a family with no lineage or leadership pedigree, Kaiza was beloved and considered a hero. If anyone should be running the land of Waves, it should be him. A new trade route had been negotiated by several major corporations and governments just a month ago, an unprecedented joint venture taking advantage of the Great Channel Bridge. Many exports from the land of rivers, water, tea, and wind would now be passing through waves, and people were excited about what it could mean for the future. It wasn't a great deal for wind in particular, Sakura gathered, since its previous trade routes had been rendered obsolete by the bridge, but the country's daimyo hadn't had much room to negotiate. This was a case of keeping up or being left behind. There were more shinobi in waves than there had ever been before. That one had been delivered to an innocent-looking Naruto with a knowing look. A lot of them were private security, but plenty were just up to their own business. Every major village had been spotted, and some minor ones as well. Waves wasn't used to shinobi, though the enduring rumor that Gato, the head of the Gato Corporation that had tried to finish the country off, had been killed by shinobi had engendered a strange sort of gratitude in the people who spoke about them. Still, shinobi brought violence and trouble, or came in expectation of it. Most people just wished they would leave soon and let everyone else get back to making money. Making money seemed to be on everyone's mind, Sakura thought. Waves was a land of entrepreneurs now, and everyone there was either looking to sell or buy something. No, certainly haven't seen anything like that, the manager Suzuki was talking to said, and Sakura snapped back to the present. She, Naruto, Suzuki, Karin, and Suijutsu were still together, though most of the others were waiting outside. Only she and Suzuki had entered the building, a warehouse in the west side of the city run by a distribution company. You know, with the way things are, the police have had to deal with a lot of financial crimes, but... The manager, an older man with gray eyebrows named Hiro, scratched at the shadow of a beard. No, definitely nothing like that. Land of Fire, you said? Yes, Suzuki said patiently. The older man had already gone off on a couple of tangents. Hiro shrugged. I saw some weird ryo for the Land of Lightning the other day. At Suzuki's questioning look, he shook his head. Okay, I didn't see it. My cousin runs a shop in the city. She sells flowers, real good ones. You should drop by if you need something for your girlfriend there. He gestured at Sakura, and she gave him a doubtful look. The man didn't seem to notice. She said that someone came in, put the money on the table, and then realized he'd messed up. A younger guy, with a scar. He took it and ran off before she could call anyone. Could you give me the address? Suzuki asked. Hiro shrugged and fished into his heavy breast pocket for a pen and some sweat-stained paper. Yeah, sure. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if things are going to pot up there, he muttered as he bent over and pressed the paper to his knee, using it as a surface for the pen. My cousin's got a friend whose dad's got dual citizenship there, and he says the new daimyo is a nut. Spits when he talks. Lightning has a new daimyo? Sakura asked, and the man looked up and grunted assent. "'S what I hear," he said, refocusing on his letter. He cursed and then shrugged as he realized he'd spelled a street name wrong. Usually it's just more of the same, standard stuff, but this one's making people nervous. You know, it came up 'cause my cousin's friend's dad got a letter that he had to renounce his citizenship or something. Pick Lightning or another place. Is he a citizen of Wave as well? Suzuki asked, and the man shook his head as he finished the note and passed it over. Suzuki took it delicately, trying to avoid the sweat stains that covered most of it. Nah. Fire or something, he said, standing up to his full height with a huff. You got anything else? No, not at all. Suzuki took out a 20 ryo note from the Land of Fire and passed it over, and the man gave it a mockingly dubious look. This ain't fake, is it? He asked, and Suzuki and Sakura were forced to laugh at the joke as they beat a hasty retreat. When they were outside, a light mist of rain greeted them along with the sun, and Suijutsu approached, looking bored. More nothing? He asked, and Suzuki flashed the note. The Hojiki looked doubtful. Nothing solid, but they had something about weird Land of Lightning currency, Suzuki said. A cousin of his runs a shop in the city, this is their address. Well, Suijutsu said with a helpless shrug. Sakura was always fascinated with how the rain that hit him just sunk right into his body. Guess that's nothing with a direction, at least. They started walking, and Naruto and Karin had to jog from the other side of the road to catch up, the five of them forming a rough square. Hey Sakura, Karin and I were talking about something, Naruto said as he drew up. She looked back with a smile, and he lit up. It made Sakura happy that she could make Naruto smile like that, even if she wasn't always sure why. She's keeping an eye on Gaara, you know dash. He's not getting close, is he? Sakura asked, alarmed at her own alarm, and Karen shook her head, her long red hair swaying with the motion. No, he's far to the north right now. Near the bridge. He's been there for some time, she said, and Sakura relaxed. He's easy to track, his chakra is alarming. Right, that's what we were talking about, Naruto said, getting back on track without pause. Karen, you were saying that Gaara's super unique, right? We were talking about how he's a Jinchuriki, like my mom. Yeah. Sakura asked. She felt electrified, but her brain hadn't quite caught up to why. Yes. It made more sense once Naruto explained it to me, Karen said, smiling shyly. Her red eyes were bright with excitement. Gaara has another chakra inside of him, completely distinct from his own. It must be the Baijuyo's chakra. It's... She struggled for the right word for a moment. Heavy. Heavy and hot, I guess, though obviously those aren't the right words. Like the desert, Sakura said, remembering what it had felt like to be struck by the Baijuyo's chakra. Karen gave her a surprised look and then nodded. Like that, yes, she said, before Naruto nudged her. And you said you've never felt chakra like that before? He prompted. Not just like, tailed beast chakra, but someone with two different kinds of chakra inside them. No, Karen confirmed, and Sakura's heart stopped. Naruto gave her a smug look, but Karen just looked confused. Never. Never. The word echoed in Sakura's mind. She moved down the street on autopilot as Naruto regaled Karen with tales of Gaara's actions at the Chunin exam. Never. Karen's sensory range extended for miles and miles, enough to easily encompass Fukumai City. A Megakure was larger, but not by an order of magnitudes more. Never. If Karen had never felt a Jinchuriki's chakra, that meant that Fu had never been inside a Megakure. It didn't confirm a thing. If Itaki had taken Fu back to Rain, there was no guarantee she would have been taken to a Megakure, or that her chakra hadn't been masked in some way if she was. But still, Sakura found her steps lighter. After a year, they had a piece of solid evidence that hadn't even required entrance to the Akatsuki. She tried not to think much about the mission anymore, and yet, moving towards it still brought her some relief. For once, Sakura decided to enjoy the feeling without questioning it. I'm worried about why he's here, Sasuke said, and Sakura glanced over to eavesdrop on his and Suijutsu's conversation. It won't be a big deal, Suijutsu said. He's a moron. He's not, Sasuke said flatly. That's what makes him dangerous. Suijutsu said with a shrug. Worst comes to worst, Sakura can just kick his ass again, right? He shot her a playful look, trying to draw her into the joke for once, but Sakura found she couldn't joke about someone like Gaara. He underestimated me at the exam, she said, and her tone was sharp enough that Suijutsu's smile faded. He was clearly listening to her, so she pressed ahead. He was obsessed with killing Naruto, since they were both the sons of a Kage. The fourth Kage of their village, even. And more than that. She mulled, remembering the Hokage's conversation with them in the tower, the Dead Stone team, what Obito had told her. Obito? Not Obito Sensei. Shut up. Old enemies, old doubts. She hated it. She breathed out and tried to finish her thought. More than that, he was obsessed with killing by itself. It was the only way he could relate to other people, seeing them as worth killing or not. When we were fighting, he decided I was, and I'm sure he still thinks Naruto is. If he figures out we're here, I think he would drop everything to track us down. I don't think he even hates us. He just believes he has to. Suijutsu and Sasuke both gave her a blank look. What? She asked, feeling a little offended. I didn't think of it that way, Sasuke admitted, and Sakura blanched. How could you not? She demanded. Sasuke laughed. I figured he was dangerous. I meant in terms of his mindset, he explained. But with his focus on Naruto, on you, it makes sense. He shrugged. I guess you would have had more reason than anyone to think of it, Sakura. You're the only one of us who had a chance to fight him. You didn't exactly clash fists, but my brother. He trailed off before continuing. My brother always said that when high-level shinobi fight, they learn something about one another. At the exam, I'd say you were that kind of shinobi without a doubt. Suijutsu snorted. Yeah, right, he said. So far as I've seen, the only thing that shinobi exchange in a fight is a whole lot of blood. Maybe you're not a high-level shinobi then, Sakura suggested innocently, and Suijutsu spun on her in shock. Oh. She's got teeth. He said. Sakura giggled. What the hell does that mean anyway, high level? Don't act like you've got his nutcase brother figured out too. Sakura was worried Sasuke would be offended for a second, but when he spoke, it was obvious that wasn't the case. Why would he be? Despite what Itaki had told them in Waterfall, he'd still slaughtered Sasuke's family. A shinobi like him, Sasuke said with something between a smile and a grimace. Someone who could bring a village to its knees by himself. Give me a couple years then, Suijutsu said with a smirk. And that Kyubikuraiba show too. We'll see how I'm doing then. Sakura said. Suijutsu just gave her a flippant look. Anyway, I had something to ask. Yeah. Sasuke said. Sakura glanced back at Naruto. We've heard there are shinobi from the Land of Stone, she said, and Sasuke nodded in understanding. Karin and Zabuza confirmed it as well. Do you think we should ask Hinata to track them? Just in case. I doubt Yui Tono is here, Sasuke mused. That incident in Ishima seemed more driven by her than by the village. Still, maybe. She could at least identify them, so we could watch out for them. Yeah. Sakura nodded. I feel like there's already too many moving parts for this mission. I don't want more. Always looking for the worst-case scenario, Suijutsu grumbled. Seriously, you guys get me down sometimes, you know. We could just wander blindly into danger, if you'd prefer, Sasuke said, and Suijutsu gave him a rude gesture. You gotta find the damn middle ground, the Hojiki groused. I'm gonna run on ahead, you wanna give me the address? Sure. Knock yourself out. Sasuke handed over the note, and Suijutsu dashed off. Sakura watched him go. You sure about that? She asked. Sasuke shrugged. He's honest. It brings out honesty in other people. He skirted around a kid who was running around in circles in the middle of the street and screaming at the top of his lungs. The child's mother was watching from the side, apparently fed up. It worked on you. Huh. Sakura said with a laugh. Good point. She and Sasuke and Naruto and Karin continued on as the day dissolved towards a pleasant evening, and even though the city was full of shinobi and potential danger, the lightness of her step didn't vanish. 2 and some hours later, the Rain and Leaf teams reunited on a street corner in front of a furniture store in the eastern part of the city. There was less hesitance than last time, though still the invisible expectation of a collision. Naruto wasn't sure why, at this point. He was pretty sure everything had been ironed out. Hey, Shikamaru. Naruto led the reunion with his standard enthusiasm. How'd it go for you guys? Shikamaru, who'd somehow ended up at the front of the group and didn't look at all happy with it, gave a perfunctory wave back. Like crap, he said. The two teams came to a stop in the midst of each other, taking up most of their side of the road. You guys had dinner yet? Nah, Naruto said, looking the Leaf team over. Was kinda wondering if you wanted to get it together, to be honest. We were. Karin asked, and Naruto looked at her and shrugged. Sasuke hadn't protested, so as far as he figured that meant they definitely were now. Yeah, for sure, he said, glancing back at everyone else. Sakura and Sasuke were talking about something, but Sasuke gave him a quick thumbs up. Suijutsu just shrugged. Zabuza was still nowhere to be seen. If he'd been following them, Naruto hadn't caught sight of him. He found that he didn't really mind. Even if the guy was Haku's teacher, he gave Naruto the creeps. I wouldn't mind, Shikamaru said, the admission thrilling to hear. Sensei. I wouldn't pay for them, Kurane said, and Naruto gave her an insincere grin. Well, we could cover ourselves. That's no big deal, he said. The woman frowned, and for a second he thought things would collapse. It lit a desperate fire in his heart. He wanted this, to sit down with them like nothing had changed. He wanted to hear how his parents were doing, how the village was doing, what Obito was up to. Even if he was a ninja of rain now, he wanted it more than anything else in the world. There's a teriyaki restaurant 2 blocks down, Hinata said suddenly, breaking Kurane's glare. Naruto breathed out in relief as the girl gestured north. The food looked good. I wouldn't mind going there. I'm down, Shikamaru said, and Naruto gave them a thumbs up. His team gave a communal shrug, good enough for them. Cautiously, both teams turned and made their way down the street together, trust still not fully restored. Hey, is Zabuza still running around? Naruto asked Karen, and she shrugged. He's following from a distance. He always has been. She frowned. Though there is another shinobi heading our way. From the north. Another, huh? Naruto said. You should tell Sasuke. Are they running? No, just moving towards us. They're bright, heavy, almost sticky. Karen struggled for the words. That sounds kinda gross, but that's the feeling. Weird, Naruto muttered. Very weird. Just now. For a little bit now, Karen admitted. But I wasn't sure until just now. She dropped back to confer with Sasuke, and Naruto jogged on up ahead, meeting up with the Leaf team. They gave him doubtful looks as he fell in with them, obviously not sure what to think. So it didn't go so great for you guys? He asked, and Ino grunted. Not great, she confirmed. People are happy to talk around here, but not about anything that matters. She cocked her head. What about you, Naruto? Ah, pretty similar, Naruto said, rubbing his neck. We had one lady who'd seen some money from the land of lightning that looked fake, but I mean, it looked fake. Wrong country too. We talked to her, but that's probably a dead end, Probably, Ino said shortly. Waste of a day. Well, it wasn't that bad. The restaurant was coming into view. It looked busy, but not busy they couldn't get a table. It was nice to see more of the city. This place is really cool. Man, you're good at this, Shikamaru said as they reached the entrance. At what? Naruto asked. The Nara chuckled. Acting like nothing's changed. Kurane negotiated a table for them, which ended up being one pushed together with a booth in the corner of the place. Naruto didn't mind, it had a good view of the street through a nearby window, and being out of the center was always great as far as he was concerned. Still, 9 Ninja definitely drew attention. There were a couple people staring at them as they grabbed seats, and Naruto wasn't sure if all the looks were just curiosity. They ordered in awkward silence, no one brave or stupid enough to break it. Naruto decided it had to be him. I'm not acting, he eventually said, and Shikamaru looked over at him from across the table. They'd interspersed Ninja, Rain, and then Leaf, until it got to the head of the attached table, where Suijutsu was sitting and looking quite pleased with himself. I don't think that much has changed. Well, I guess you're the interesting case there, Naruto. For you, not a lot has. Just the symbol on your headband, right? Shikamaru said. Naruto honestly couldn't tell if he was being mocking or genuine. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Naruto couldn't help but notice that Sakura kept trying to catch Ino's eye. What the heck was she up to? The Yamanaka seemed resolute not to match gazes. Something similar was going on with Sasuke and Hinata, except that one was mutual. The table was just a melting pot of awkwardness. He wished Sakura would try to look at him instead. Like, as far as I see it, you guys are still important to me. Rain and Leaf are the same for me. The same? Kurane asked, her voice low, and Naruto picked up her meaning. The same, even though he'd been born there, even though his family was there? Well, in terms of trusting them, Naruto said. Kurane didn't seem to like that answer any better. Obviously I've still got a lot back in Konoha, so family-wise. No, wait, he thought, looking over at Karen. She looked confused, and maybe even a little hurt. He was just digging himself deeper here. More than that, there wasn't really a right answer. I dunno, he admitted. It's complicated. I get why it looks bad, and why you guys would be mad, but I'm just trying to make everyone happy. I don't think that's possible. No, it's definitely not. Kurane leaned back, crossing her arms. Naruto noticed that Shikamaru didn't exactly look impressed either. You think your parents are happy with you having run off to a rival village? Some rivals, Suijutsu scoffed from the head of the table. We're here to help save your guy's ass, and you're just mad that some of your golden kids ran off? Cut us a break. It's an embarrassment dash, Kurane started to say, before Sakura cut her off, finally giving up on Ino. How's Obito Sensei? She asked, and Kurane closed her mouth, lips tight. Naruto narrowed his eyes. It was just stubbornness behind that, but guilt. Why would you care? She asked. Naruto flinched, Sakura's eyes flashed with anger. He was our sensei, she said, her voice like her sword, sharp and fast, and Naruto watched as Kurane realized she'd made a mistake. The table was being drawn towards Sakura, waking from its disbelief and silence. He's still important to us. How is he doing? He's not very popular. Ino finally made eye contact with Sakura. Naruto couldn't read her face. Since he let you guys get away from right under his nose, everyone blamed him for your defection. He spends most of his time outside of the village now. Her eyes slid towards Kurane. No thanks to people like Kurane-sensei here. What's that mean? Sakura asked, growing cold. Naruto leaned forward, feeling something burn in his gut. Yeah, he echoed. What the hell does that mean? Hey, Sasuke said mildly, but Naruto could tell he was just as unsettled, maybe angry. Now's not the time for that. Besides, it doesn't matter. Obito has always been able to take care of himself. Sasuke. Hinata said, drawing his attention to her. Naruto had a sinking feeling they'd missed something. Sasuke had said Obito would be despised right after their fight, when he'd agreed to let them go, but their sensei had been fine with it. What had he said? I've been despised before. It's been very bad, Hinata said. Everyone in the village was heartbroken to see you all go. She took a deep breath. You weren't just another genin team, you were a symbol of our generation. You all made it to the Chunin exam and had the most spectacular fights, and you were going on incredible missions before and after that. For us, this is only my 4th B-rank mission, but you all were sent on one just after the exam, and to search for a Sunin at that. When you left, all those expectations collapsed. And all of the blame fell on Obito Sensei. That's stupid, Naruto declared. Why the hell? It isn't rational, Shikamaru cut in. It's stupidity and frustration. He cast a not-so-subtle glance at Kurane. But that was part of why we were so desperate to grab you guys. I don't think any of you understand just how badly you affected the village. Ridiculous. Sakura shook her head. It's ridiculous. We're just 3 people. Why the hell would anyone care that much? And enough to alienate an incredible shinobi like Obito Sensei. Don't kid yourself, Ino said. You're not just 3 people. You were the best of us. When you left, it broke the way everything was supposed to go. She huffed out a breath. Sakura, you said it yourself last night. Watch my back. We were all chasing after you, all the time. Sakura stiffened. Naruto frowned. Watch my back. He hadn't remembered her saying that. Looking around, everyone seemed just as confused. After a second, Sakura shook her head. Ino, that's not what I meant. Her eyes flickered between Ino and Hinata. I didn't think you'd see it that way. Yeah? How could I not? Ino asked. We've all heard crazy things about you, you know. Is it true you dueled the Hidden Waterfalls leader? Naruto laughed, and Sakura closed her eyes and rubbed her forehead. Sort of, yes, she said. Shikamaru made a doubtful sound. Dueling someone isn't something you can sort of do, he said. Sakura made a helpless gesture. The very first mission I got after we got to Rain, I was sent to Waterfall. There were negotiations, and the village elder recognized me. He made it a condition for the deal Rain was making that I fight him. If it'd been real, he would have killed me. I just barely managed to cut his chin. Negotiations? Ino asked. She looked impressed. Naruto frowned, realizing Sakura might have overstepped there. Before either of them could say anything, Sasuke spoke. Waterfall is one of several minor villages that a Megakure has a defensive alliance with, he said. Sakura helped make that deal. Interesting, Shikamaru said. So there's a grain of truth, anyway. I promise there isn't, Sakura said with a snort. What about you guys? What have you been up to? Not much, Shikamaru said, and Naruto was surprised to see Ino and Hinata nod in agreement. It hasn't been a very eventful year. Akman, Naruto said. No cool missions? You guys must have at least been training too, right? They definitely have been, Sakura said with a coy smile. Hinata's range with her Byakugan speaks for itself. And Shikamaru, your shadow possession is crazy strong now. Fest 2. You grabbed Sasuke and kept me still while you backed up. You had a range of what, 40 feet? You never could have done that a year ago. It's a little better, Shikamaru said, full of false modesty. As for missions, I got to visit the Land of Iron. I wouldn't say much else stuck out. The Land of Iron? Naruto asked. That's like, the samurai place, right? Sure, Shikamaru said. The samurai place. What were you there for? Dealing with smugglers, Shikamaru said, sounding amused. The samurai don't usually like getting ninja directly involved, but the smugglers had a man on the inside. Chakra conductive material is in more demand than ever, apparently. Were you there, Ino? Sakura asked. The Yamanaka nodded. Naruto's grin could just about split his face, he could feel the artificial barrier dissolving. Yeah, it was the whole team. Asuma Sensei got picked because the Sarutobi are on good terms with the Land of Iron, she said. It's a beautiful place. Cold though. I guess because of the altitude. Even though it was in the summer it was still chilly. Kind of like rain, Naruto said. Ino looked over at him. Well, it's not cold all the time, but it's definitely wet, and that doesn't help. Yeah, I guess so, Ino said. So have you guys all been going on missions together? She looked around. I doubt it's always with this many people though. No, this is definitely unusual, Sakura said. Karen and Suijutsu, as well as Haku and Zabuza, are in a cadre with the three of us. So are Kabuto and Nono Yakushi. Nono Yakushi? Kurane asked. She sounded surprised. The Wandering Nun. Huh, you know that name too? Naruto asked. I hadn't heard it before, Naruto suddenly realized that maybe telling his friends that he'd nearly been murdered by a crazy lady from the Hidden Stone might not be the most fantastic idea, but wasn't quite sure where to go from there. Well, only a couple months ago, he finished. She was a jonin in Konoha's medical division, Kurane said. A captain? Naruto blinked. Even after a year of knowing her and Kabuto, he'd never once heard anything like that. As far as Nono had been concerned, she was a rogue ninja before she'd brought Kabuto to a Megakure. But she left the village more than a decade ago. Kurane looked just as surprised as Naruto felt. I didn't know her, but she was a little famous, a lot of people compared her to Tsunade of the Sunin, maybe because she left. I had no idea she'd gone to Rain. Huh. Naruto didn't have anything better to say. Did you guys know that? He asked Sakura and Sasuke, and they both shook their heads. I guess it was a while ago, maybe she thought it didn't matter. I can't imagine that being the case, Kurane said quietly. So she and Zabuza lead your missions? Or, does Sasuke? She looked over at the Uchiha, her cold hostility slowly melting into genuine curiosity. I was only promoted recently, Sasuke said. Back in January. But since then I've been leading a couple missions, yeah. Including this one. Why were you picked? Hinata asked. She frowned slightly. No, you were picked because you were you, weren't you? Yeah, Suzuki admitted. The Omekage dash. Suzuki, Karen interrupted. We're being watched. The table was suddenly at attention, the faint gravity of chakra filling the air. Suzuki leaned back, looking relaxed, but Naruto could see his Sharingan activating, that faint red light shining out. By who? They're across the street. They stopped there, and now Zabuza is moving towards them. They're definitely observing us. Karen looked to her left. Hinata, could you take a look? They're right across, 2 stories up. Without speaking, Hinata put her hands together and muttered something, activating her Byakugan. Naruto wondered what it was like to look through the back of her head. Was she seeing her brain? After a second of concentration, Hinata furrowed her brow. He's there. He's not trying to conceal himself. He's inside the building, 2 stories up, like you said. Ah, he's about your age, Kurane Sensei. Maybe a bit younger, even. Dark skin, white hair. She blinked. From the hidden cloud. Cloud? Kurane asked, chewing her lip. A Hittite, I assume. Hinata nodded. Is he armed? He has a sword. It's big. Hinata looked like she might laugh for a second. Zabuza is heading towards him, but it doesn't look like it'll come to fight. They're observing each other, he's gone back to watching us. That's what I'm feeling as well, Karen confirmed. What chakra he's channeling is focused on observation. I think he's trying to listen in. She strained, closing her eyes. He may be a sensor as well. I don't imagine his range is very good though. What the hell is he up to then? Suijitsu asked, standing up. I'm gonna go ask him. You're not, Suzuki said mildly. Suijitsu sat back down with an irritated look. I'll go. I'll come with then, Naruto declared. Suzuki cocked an eyebrow. If it's going to be 2, it should be 1 from each village, he said, and Naruto deflated. Kurane, would you accompany me? Gladly, the woman said, standing up. Sit tight, you 3. I'll be right back. As both team leaders slipped out of the restaurant, Naruto sat back with a sigh. Man, he groused. Why's everyone gotta think we're so damn interesting? Almost a dozen ninja, Shikamaru said, though he looked like that wasn't quite what he was thinking. It was bound to happen. Though. He scratched his chin. With the timing, maybe he's connected to the counterfeiters. A ninja from the hidden cloud? Sakura asked. That would be crazy. If another village is behind the currency, they'd have to understand that could be a provocation. The government of fire wouldn't be able to stand for it. The daimyo's court would have to do something big, Shikamaru agreed. Or come to some other arrangement. Then again, if he was connected, I doubt he would have been dumb enough to just run up and start watching us. Another scratch. He couldn't be sure we'd have a sensor, let alone 2, but why take the risk? More likely he was trying to get our attention. To establish contact. Ino asked. She was doing something under the table, Naruto saw, signing out in the primitive sign language that all Leaf Ninja learned in school. He only caught the word back, but it looked like she was directing it at Hinata. He narrowed his eyes, looked around, and locked eyes with Sakura. She smiled, looking innocent, but Naruto got the feeling everyone at the table had missed something in the moment of distraction Karen had provided. Watch my back. He didn't get it. Did Sakura mean it literally? What the heck could she have on her back? Maybe, Shikamaru muttered. I guess we'll find out. ####. When Suzuki stepped out into the street with Kurane, he wondered if he was making a mistake. Maybe this was a trap, maybe the shinobi from the Land of Lightning had been trying to draw them out here to ambush them. But with Hinata and Karen, speculating about that was pure paranoia. If they hadn't seen other ninja, there wouldn't be any. The man was definitely here alone. He was up on the 2nd floor of the building across the way, staring down at them through the glass. Upon seeing them exit, he turned and started to move back into the feeling. To descend down to them, Suzuki was sure. He'd only caught a glimpse, but the guy's body language was the definition of resolute. Hidden cloud. He kept himself from jumping, and Kurane did the same. Somehow, from absolutely nowhere, Zabuza was in between them. The man looked diminished without his sword, though that was ridiculous. He was still more than 6 feet of brutal shinobi. They can be real bastards. What are you planning? We're going to talk to him, Sasuke said, and the man snorted. Always seems to be your plan, he said, eyeing Kurane. Same for you. The woman smiled and shrugged. There's no harm in it. Zabuza made it clear exactly how stupid he considered that. Well, I'll be here to clean up your mess. He looked down at Sasuke with something that might have been pity. You know, before the end of this, you're gonna realize what a mistake talking can be. Just like that, he was gone again. Sasuke sighed. Do you reckon he's like that so that if he ends up right, he can rub it in? He asked. Kurane chuckled, strangely light. Maybe because they had a common enemy at the moment, or maybe even a lead. He's not that old, but there are plenty of old shinobi like that. And since he grew up in the bloody mist, it was probably healthy for him to expect betrayal. She sighed. Sasuke, if this turns into a fight, you'll have my team's back, right? Of course, Sasuke said, and it was the truth. And yours too. Naruto was right, you know. You guys are still our allies, no matter what. Seems too good to be true. They paused, just waiting in the street. People began steering clear of them. Sasuke realized he was channeling some chakra in anxious anticipation. You know, I did treat your sensei poorly. I figured, Sasuke said. You don't seem mad. I'm furious. Ah. Kurane frowned. Well, I haven't had a chance to apologize to him. Not a real one, even after all this time. But maybe I can at least apologize to you. Seeing you all again made me realize how unfair it was of me. She grinned sourly. After all, I should have been angry with you all. There will be plenty of time, Sasuke said, and didn't elaborate further. Another 10 seconds of waiting, and the Cloud Shinobi exited the building before some sort of apartment complex. Hinata's description had been spot on, but she hadn't gotten across just how focused the man's eyes were. They were black and sharp, totally intent on them. Wait, Kurane said, her whole body tensing. I know him. You know him? Sasuke asked as the man began crossing the street. Personally, or? Bingo book, Kurane confirmed. That's Darui. No family name. He could see her chakra coursing across her body, pooling in her fingers. Part of her genjutsu techniques, probably. He's the Raikage's right-hand man. Right-hand man, huh? Sasuke asked. It occurred to him that if that was the case, this man was essentially Cloud's Obito. Almost fitting, but it made things even more complicated. And things were already too complicated. Damn. The man finished crossing the street and nodded his head at them. Sasuke's eyes were drawn to the blade slung across his back. It was long and wide, almost as big as his torso. Nothing compared to Zabuza's butcher blade, but it was still impressive. Shinobi of the land of rain and fire, the man said gradually. I guess that's good, actually. Sasuke didn't waste time. Did you need something? He asked, and Darui gave him an appraising look. Sasuke Uchiha, huh? He said. Darui spoke every syllable with such careful deliberation that Sasuke wondered for a moment if he had a speech impediment. But no, he was just taking his time. Then those others I sensed, the rest of Manjikyo no Obito's team, maybe? Pretty infamous group. He molded over, and then nodded. Yeah, that could be perfect. Is this going to be a problem? Kurane asked, and Darui smiled lazily at her. Hopefully not, he said. I'm here on a personal mission from the Land of Lightning's government, okay? He held up a finger as Kurane began to speak. Listen, it's important that you listen, not speak. If anyone asks, I came here to threaten you, I'm telling you that you need to get out of this city right now, or else bad things are going to happen, in a very immediate way. Make sense? Suzuki's hand wandered towards his pack and one of the knives within, but Darui shook his head. His flat black eyes gained a bit of depth to them. It's important that you understand that I'm asking you to get out of the city right now. I'm certainly not asking you to do anything else. Suzuki hesitated, and then crossed his arms. Now, he thought he had some idea of what was going on, but his suspicions were just as unsettling as Darui's threat. What would you not tell us to do, then? He asked, and Darui rolled his eyes. Like I said, I'm just threatening you. I'm definitely not telling you to find me near the northern docks around midnight, and I also wouldn't tell you to follow me after that. And since I didn't do any of that, it also wouldn't come up that I've had a couple people around town let me know you guys have been asking around about some counterfeit currency. Suzuki stiffened, blinked. Darui looked completely humorless. No, not just that. He looked worried. Suzuki had an inkling as to why. So, hope you guys understand. Get out of the city right away, you hear? He turned to walk away. Otherwise, things could get nasty. They both waited until he was out of sight, turning the corner and vanishing, and then Kurane sighed. Shit, she said. Suzuki nodded. Yeah, he said. That's what I figured. They turned and started walking back. When Kurane spoke, it was almost a whisper. There must be trouble in the land of lightning, she said as they slowly made their way back to their table. This is unexpected. He said he was on a mission from the government, Suzuki said, his tone equally low. Naruto was waving them over, looking confused at their slow pace. Not the Raikage. You said he was his right hand. I did. He is, Kurane confirmed. Suzuki scowled. He wasn't happy with it. The realization felt slow, but it happened in the blink of an eye. I think he just sabotaged his own mission. On purpose. Kurane didn't miss a step. He certainly did. It opens up some unwelcome possibilities. She looked down at him, though there wasn't as much of a gap in height that there had been a year ago. Her red eyes were hard, focused, just like Darui's had been. Suzuki, you understand how carefully we have to handle this, right? She took a deep breath. If the Land of Lightning sent someone like him to protect the counterfeiters, or worse, assist them, it would be more than just standard economic posturing. There could be consequences. I understand, Suzuki said, marveling at how calm he felt, and then they were back at the table. What happened? Sakura asked, and Suzuki glanced at Hinata. She gave him an innocent look, and he felt a grin tug at his lips. I wasn't spying, Sensei, she told Kurane, and the woman shrugged. Well, I was watching, but I didn't read your lips. I didn't think it was my place. It would have been fine, Hinata, Kurane said, a little distant. You have to make that decision by yourself sometimes. She sighed, sitting back down. We've got another engagement at the docks tonight, it seems. What, another? Shikamaru asked, his brow furrowing. What did he want? He couldn't know about the sale. He asked us to follow him, in the most deniable way he could, Suzuki said. Their food was coming, there wouldn't be much more time to say anything important. He settled for the shortest path. It might be a trap, he said, looking at Hinata and Karen. But we have the advantage in finding those. I think we're all going to the docks tonight. He grinned, though he didn't feel very happy. Anxiety was creeping in. Darui could be leading them all away from the objective, that was certainly a possibility. But the man had seemed worried, that wouldn't match up. What was the simplest explanation here? I guess that's good, actually. That he had a mission involving the counterfeiters, and that he didn't like it. They were being used in another man's deniable operation. But if it led to their mission's success, Suzuki wouldn't really mind. We've got two leads, we're gonna follow both. Obito Sensei Chapter 48. The Spark. A dreadful mistake was surely made in creating such dastardly tools as the devices my shinobi discovered within Fukamai City. Indeed, if such a plan was not hatched from some wretched vagrant-filled pit, I would suppose Lightning's air is even thinner than I had known. That these discontent elements believed a direct attack on the Land of Fire's currency was necessary will be taken as a mark of pride and faith in our Ryo, for only the most towering of institutions will draw the eye of something with its belly pressed so firmly to the ground. However, it behooves me to speak the obvious in the face of such a craven maneuver, to educate the world at large of the realities that such designs polish to a mirror sheen. Unchecked ambition leads only to self-destruction. ####. In the dead of the night, 11 shinobi crept through the moonlit dark, all readying themselves in their own way for what they believed was coming. Sasuke led the group from the front, marveling at how loud and bright Fukumai City still was even at midnight. He felt alert and alive, just like the city, and he wondered if that was because he was at the head of a spectacular shinobi team. Maybe that was a little conceited, but with 10 other shinobi at his back, nothing seemed impossible. "It's nearly time," Haku said. The boy checked the enormous case he'd procured somewhere, taller than himself. The cubic Aribisho was nestled safely inside amidst the soft lining of the case, like it was an instrument for music instead of killing. "Sasuke, will you be coming with us?" "Yes," Sasuke said. It was simply a perfunctory check. The arrangement of shinobi had already been haggled over extensively, and he was confident in the composition of both teams. "Sakura, you're in charge while I'm gone, all right?" Sakura nodded. She was the only reasonable pick, Sasuke thought. Naruto and Suijutsu were too impulsive, Karin not enough, and Zabuza had refused to not be present for the black market sale. Zabuza's stubbornness left things more split than he'd like, but he trusted Kurane and her team. There was simply no escaping compromise on a night like this. The shinobi began to split up, divisions drawn in the murky street as they traveled north towards the docks. Sasuke, Zabuza, Haku, and Karin went right, Sakura, Naruto, Suijutsu, Kurane, Shikamaru, Ino, and Hinata went left. With the teams split in Leaf's favor, it was a true alliance now. However, Sasuke liked the composition for more pragmatic than symbolic reasons. It left each team with a censor, a medic, and someone who could identify counterfeit currency, though each had a member who was pulling double duty. "These radios aren't very good," Kurane noted, tapping at the earpiece hidden by her black hair. She was right, they'd picked them up at a local vendor after determining they would follow both leads, but they were closer to children's toys than the equipment of professional shinobi. "Contact will probably be sporadic. We can find each other," Sasuke said. There were 4 headsets in total, split between him, Kurane, Sakura, and Zabuza. "It'll be good enough." He raised his hand, bringing both teams' attention, and grinned. His Sharingan spiraled out, lighting up the dark. "Good luck, everyone." 2 teams of shinobi vanished into the dark, each heading towards the sea. ####. Moving through the streets of Fukumai City, Hinata wondered if things would be finished by the end of the night. She wouldn't mind if that was the case. It would be impressive to finish a mission like this in less than a week, and yet, the idea brought a bit of melancholy with it. The sooner the mission was finished, the sooner Team 7 and Sasuke would be going back to Omegakure. Hinata didn't want that. Seeing them again, here, happy and healthy and strong, had only reopened the wound. It was more obvious than ever that Team 7 didn't belong in Rain, no matter what they said about it. The friendship had reignited too fast for that. They were still shinobi of Konoha below the surface. And that applied to Sasuke more than anyone else. He commanded others with such surety and fortitude that Hinata was sure he'd been born to it. It only made her admiration deeper. She wanted more time to talk with him, not another abrupt departure. "Hinata," her sensei said, and Hinata sighed, returning her attention to reality. They didn't have the power to stop Team 7 from leaving, so thinking about it was pointless. Though depending on how things went tonight. "Near the docks, sensei?" she asked, and Kurane nodded. The moon was so huge and bright that Hinata could see through the dark like it was day. It was full, dominating the sky, and a faint red. A harvest moon. A pink moon. That's what it was called. Hinata had finally remembered it. "Time to find him, I'd say," Kurane said. Hinata was forced to agree. The streets were growing wider and wider, great stretches of concrete opening up as they approached the sea. Even though the Great Channel Bridge had reinvented the city and country, the docks were still a fundamental part of the economy. Even at midnight they weren't totally dead, the odd worker was still unpacking crates filled with goods, and there was a loud group of teenagers chattering and throwing bits of debris into the sea. "Just a moment," she said before raising her hands and activating her Byakugan. The world expanded, the docks made clear, and what little darkness that remained was stripped away. Sasuke and his team were heading east. Warehouse 4 was on the other side of the bridge. There were two people waiting there, Hinata saw, an older man, presumably Haku's buyer, and a shinobi. The man wore a mask with no markings, but beneath it he had pale skin and teal hair. He was atop the warehouse watching Soichiro, who had set up a folding chair and table before the building. Hinata tapped her sensei's shoulder. "I believe the buyer is there," she said, focusing on the shinobi. It was strange, even under the Byakugan he shimmered and wavered, as though he were made of mist. The effect extended out from him, a visual distortion. Hinata had never seen anything like it before. "He is accompanied by a shinobi, a rogue, I think. He's strange. Indistinct. Hired security, most likely," Kurane muttered. They stopped, waiting for Hinata's direction. "Does he have the money with him?" Hinata focused. The man had a briefcase with him, stuffed with bills. They were Land of Fire script for sure, but the first couple she saw were real. Scanning the entire case would take her some time. "He does. I can't tell if they're counterfeit," she said. Kurane shrugged. "Did you hear that, Sasuke?" She muttered into her radio, and there was a burst of static in response. It resolved into a single word. "Affirmative." "He'll take care of it," Kurane said, thumbing her radio off. "What about Darui? Can you see him?" "I did," Hinata said, drawing her attention away from Sasuke and back to the west. The man was waiting not 500 meters away from them, sitting atop a building with his legs crossed and his hands together, fingers laced. Chakra pulsed around him. It was clearly a dedicated sensor jutsu, though obviously one that required more concentration. "He's waiting for us, 1,500 feet in that direction," she said, pointing. "Probably to see if we decided to come. He's alone." "I'll approach him," Kurane said, looking at the rest of the team, even Sakura and Naruto. They both nodded. "He met you and Sasuke first," Sakura said as they set off, navigating the darkened alleys. She was wearing her flak jacket, the pale coloring of a megakure blending well with the darkness. "Since he's not here, you're the logical option." "He's a powerful shinobi," Kurane warned. "If this is an attempt to draw us out, you all have to be ready." She grimaced in good humor. "If I'm unlucky, he could kill me before we have a chance to retaliate. If that happens, make sure to avenge me." "That's not happening," Ino declared. "If he tries anything, we'll nail him." "Yeah," Naruto agreed. "There's no chance. Plus, he's just waiting there, right? If it was a trap, he would have brought friends." "Maybe," Kurane said. "Let's hope." It was not necessarily true, Hinata thought as they climbed a building in total silence and began navigating the skyline towards Darui. There were shinobi who could fight all of them at once confidently. There was even another in the city, right now. If he really was the right hand of the Raikage, Darui could be just that extraordinary. At 100 meters, the shinobi opened his eyes, turning towards them with a dour expression. That must have been the limit of his jutsu. Kurane went ahead, leaping from one roof to another and confidently approaching the man. He stood to meet her, and she drew up short slightly farther away than was polite. "Darui of the Hidden Cloud," Hinata's sensei said, nodding at the man. The Hyuga held her breath as Darui nodded back. The others were all spreading out, getting clean lines of fire. Their chakra was rushing, Ino's in particular, building up in her skull and arms and forming a vicious vector. She was determined to strike Darui with a mind switch if he tried anything, Hinata was sure. "Sorry," Darui responded. "I don't know your name." He stepped forward, extending his hand. Hinata had reduced her world to the man alone, looking for anything that could betray his intention. Darui's chakra was still, his muscles relaxed. He was focused, but held no malice. Kurane took his hand. "Kurane Ui," she said. There was a single firm shake, and then they both released, cautiously backing away. Hinata breathed out. "It's okay," she muttered half to herself, glancing over at Sakura. The girl's hand remained on her sword. "I think it's okay." "It'll be okay when it's over," Sakura said. Her chakra was tight and cold, so controlled that it took Hinata's breath away. Sakura's whole body was like a spring that could leap out and cut down a building. Over on the other building, Darui turned away without another word. He started moving, slowly at first but then starting to pick up speed, and the other shinobi followed. Kurane called out, slowing slightly and waiting for her team to catch up. "Where are you taking us?" she asked, and Darui paused, looking back. His face twisted into a frown. "I don't want to talk," he said. "The more talking I do, the worse this could go." "We're not going to follow you without question," Kurane said, a grin tugging at her lips. "You're still a shinobi of the hidden cloud, after all." The man sighed, turning around as the other ninja came up alongside Kurane, Hinata included. "Nosy," he muttered, and Hinata frowned. He'd been the one to approach them, after all. I'll put it in a nice way. The Land of Lightning had something here. They lost it. I came to get it back. His eyes were hard and darker than the night. I don't want to get it back. Understand? He didn't wait for confirmation, just started moving again. Hinata and her team were forced to move or be left behind. They raced across the roofs, and Hinata looked to Sakura at her side. "It sounds like lightning had an operation here," she muttered. Sakura nodded. "But not the hidden cloud. He doesn't seem happy with it." "Cloud has been stockpiling materials for war for a long time," Sakura mused. Shikamaru was drawing up behind them, hands stuffed in his pockets. "Everyone's always talking about that. But I doubt they want a war. If the Land of Lightning was doing something like producing counterfeit currency that targeted the Land of Fire, maybe that's causing a conflict." A sneer flashed across her face. "The daimyo could be trying to leverage his village." "I doubt the daimyo would be that stupid," Shikamaru spoke up, and Sakura looked back at him. Her chakra hadn't receded, Hinata thought. It was still sharp and ready for a fight, just like her. "The daimyo could be plenty stupid," she said with a bit of bite. "It's to their advantage for the villages to fight, it keeps them focused on each other, and makes the government plenty of money for missions besides." It was another Sakura talking for a second, Hinata thought, one that had completely internalized Rain's ideology. But a second later, the more familiar one was back. Or maybe they really just thought the operation would never be discovered. "He said it was lost," Shikamaru said, and Hinata nodded. Darui was drawing farther away, but his direction was becoming more obvious, a series of warehouses on the docks. The strain of the Byakugan was beginning to sting a little, but Hinata began migrating her focus over to the warehouses, away from herself, her team, and Suzuki. "But the counterfeit currency has still been going out, and recently." He shrugged, hands still in his pockets. "So maybe the operation was subverted by people who want it to appear that lightning is antagonizing fire. Or someone with a grudge against the government, or the hidden leaf. There's too many factors to speculate about now." A slight grin. "Plus, he could just be lying. Maybe there are more lying in wait." He gave Hinata a meaningful look and she cast her gaze ahead, trying to figure out Darui's final destination. "There are no shinobi where he's headed," she said. "Just some." She paused. Blinked. Hinata resisted the urge to rub her eyes, and looked again. "Buildings," she muttered. Shikamaru cocked his head. They were less than a minute from the docks, but now Hinata's attention was completely focused on it. Up ahead, Kurane, Ino, Suijutsu, and Naruto were starting to slow down as Darui leapt off a building and landed on the street. "Buildings?" Sakura asked. Hinata shook her head. The Byakugan wasn't like a lamp, turning it on and off again wouldn't fix anything, but that was still her initial instinct. "I can't see inside one of them," she said. Sakura sucked in a breath. "What do you mean?" Shikamaru was all business now, his playfulness had vanished. "I can't see inside," Hinata said, struggling to explain. It's exactly like the others, but the walls, the doors, I can't focus on them. This was a Hyuga clan technique. Hinata's breathing was speeding up, her heart hammering in her chest. It was like a childish seeing eye puzzle, the kind where focusing on it made coherence impossible. The warehouse was set amidst 3 others just like it, but to her enhanced perception it was so much static. Looking closer only gave her a headache. It wasn't a technique that could be replicated by accident. Hiding from the Byakugan was possible with the right knowledge or jutsu, but denying it was something else entirely. Chakra had to be channeled through the structures in strict intervals, filling it like water rushing through a broken pane of glass. There was a barrier jutsu involved as well, though Hinata didn't know it. The seal needed to be refreshed frequently, and only someone like her father or another clan head would know it. Darui had stopped in the street, but he was staring at the warehouse. That was definitely his destination. Hinata rushed ahead, desperate to catch her sensei before she jumped down as well. She just barely managed it, snagging the back of Kurene's flak jacket. Hinata. Kurene looked back at her, perplexed. The others stopped as well, and Darui looked back and up at them, obviously curious about the sudden hesitation. After a second, the whole group was together at the edge of the building, the last of several apartment complexes before the city ended and the wide, flat docks began. What is it? That building, Hinata said, pointing to the warehouse. I can't see inside it. She breathed out. Focus. Stay in control. Everyone is relying on you. It's a clan jutsu. Kurene's face went flat. There aren't any rogue Hyuga, she said, looking down at Darui. The man crossed his arms. Could it have been Dash? No, Hinata said. I don't think so. She rocked back and forth on the balls of her feet. What if the hidden leaf is involved in some way? My clan. Or what if he's using us to find something from our own village? What, you think? Naruto said. He scratched the top of his head. I feel like that'd be a little convoluted. The Hokage would have told us if there was a Hyuga operation in Fukumai City, Kurene said, sure and full of authority. Some of Hinata's anxiety melted away. Sakura was muttering next to her, speaking into her headset. Sasuke says go for it, she said after a second. And I agree. Maybe someone else has figured out your clan's jutsu, Hinata. And if there are Hyuga in there? She shrugged. You can explain what's going on. There was a flash in Hinata's vision, and her eyes were drawn to the east. For a second she thought it had just been Sasuke and his group moving, but that wasn't quite right. Something had moved on the skyline, not at the street level. She focused, scanning the world for any flicker of chakra, but couldn't find a thing. Her stomach was sinking. Something was wrong. Something was deeply wrong. But she couldn't see anything, not inside the building and not on the nearby rooftops. She could speak up right now, tell everyone to wait, to give her a couple minutes to comprehensively scan the surrounding area for threats. What if there was a ninja out there who knew how to hide from the Byakugan? If they were suppressing their chakra, they could be lying in wait, watching and waiting for them to move. But Hinata was frozen by uncertainty. Ino tapped her shoulder. Hinata, she said, and the Hyuga sucked in a breath. You're our eyes. You've got it, all right. Does Karen sense anything? The words burst out of her, embarrassingly high and directed at her sensei. I thought I saw something. I think there's someone else here. Kurene paused, paraphrasing into her headset. There was a pause, but Hinata's ears, straining, could barely hear Sasuke's words on the other side. You're surrounded by people, but there's one that might be a shinobi near you, Kurene repeated softly. To the northeast. At the roofline. 100 feet or so. She'd been right, Hinata thought with a sick thrill. Someone was hiding out there. Maybe one of Darui's allies, waiting to draw them into an ambush. She cast her vision that way, but couldn't see who Karen was talking about. It made sense if they had suppressed their energy to that extent, she thought. They must be a master of concealment. With that in mind, it might even be easier to spot them with normal eyes than her Byakugan, which relied so much on chakra to pick out fine details from a distance. Maybe her father could find the spy with a simple scan, but he wasn't here, and Hinata couldn't. Her missing finger ached. She felt about as useless as it. Okay, Kurane decided. Listen. She crouched down, and dropped her voice as well. The other shinobi followed suit. I'll go with Darui, into the building. She glanced back. We'll see what's inside. The rest of you, stay on the roof and spread out. Hinata, keep an eye out for the other ninja. I'll stay in contact with you, Sakura, she said, making eye contact with the pink-haired girl, and you stay right at Hinata's side. Sakura nodded with a serious look, taking the order without protest. Kurane stood back up. I don't care who it is over there, if they move, bring them down. If it is Darui's ally, that'll be his fault for not mentioning them. She grinned. Good luck. Then Hinata's sensei stepped back, plummeting off the building and landing without a sound down below. Darui glanced at her. Everything all right? He asked, and Kurane nodded. Hinata watched the conversation and the rooftop with equal anxiety as they spread out. Just deciding who should go in with you. It'll be me alone, she said. Darui shrugged. There are guards inside, he said, moving towards a door on the side of the building. I don't know how many. They're guarding something valuable, so I doubt they'll want to talk. Don't worry, Kurane said with a smile. I'm very persuasive. They both set up by the same door, and Darui's chakra began leaking out. It was the first time Hinata had truly seen it. She knew Karen had described the man as sticky, but it went beyond that. His chakra was thick and dark and viscous, and it moved throughout his body like globs of oil in water. She wondered what kind of technique could cause that. Everyone else was spreading out across the rooftop, Hinata moving unconsciously with Sakura at her side. They found a comfortable place next to a huge air conditioning unit and squatted down, Hinata watching her sensei intensely. Shikamaru was on the building's southern edge, Naruto on the east. Suijutsu was on the north, staring out at the darkness of the night and apparently daring it to try something. Ino was with Shikamaru, apparently arguing about something. After a moment, Ino jumped down, off the building, and settled in the street. She watched the warehouse from there as Darui and Kurane prepared their breach. Hey, Sakura said, placing her hand on the back of Hinata's. Hinata looked down at it, marveling at the perfectly painted green nails, and then up at Sakura. It felt like it was just the two of them in the dark. Your sensei's got it. I'm sure it will be fine. Down below, Darui unsheathed his sword and kicked the door down in the same motion. He swept inside, Kurane following after him and already running through hand seals. They vanished from Hinata's sight as soon as they passed the door's threshold, becoming part of the static. There was shouting, a thud, both from the warehouse and from the headset that Sakura was wearing. The girl raised one hand, pressing the piece into her ear and concentrating. Another 20 seconds of chaos, and there was a sudden silence. Building is clear, Kurane's voice suddenly came through. Sakura, still nothing. Hinata shook her head before Sakura could ask, and the girl grinned. Nothing out here. No one's moving. She wanted to be watching Sasuke right now, but she couldn't afford to split her focus. All of Hinata's attention was irrevocably directed to the north and east, searching for the same flicker she'd caught last time. Her vision swept over the rooftops like someone picking up and turning over one stone after another, but she couldn't find anyone. What's it look like in there, Kurane? Sakura asked, and Hinata couldn't help but eavesdrop. It's full of machines. Printers, other things. Money too. It's all the land of fires. There was a rustling sound, a murmur that Hinata couldn't make out. Darui's voice, she thought. It was low and slow. I can't tell myself, but I feel like this might be the main production center. Another pause, a click. Something mechanical word. Sasuke, you read? I think we've got it. I read. Sasuke's voice, after a moment. We just made contact with the buyer, but it sounds like it'll be a waste. We're coming. Another click, maybe a laugh. Thank Darui for me, will you? Will do. As Kurane signed off, Sakura turned to Hinata with a smile, dropping her hand from her ear. See? She said. Hinata offered a weak smile back. She was still searching, still finding nothing. There were only a couple rooftops left. Everything's dash dot. As Sakura was starting to say alright, Hinata experienced the longest half-second of her life. It was a short time that unfolded moment by moment, each eternally burned into Hinata's mind. The first was the warehouse below exploding. The entire building went up in the blast, and only in hindsight would Hinata understand that its walls must have been filled with explosive tags. They were hidden from supernatural senses like her own by the jutsu and from plain sight by the walls themselves. It was a controlled demolition that sent debris flying across the city and collapsed the roof inward, crushing anyone and anything that was inside. The obscuring jutsu vanished at the same time as the blast went off, which meant Hinata could watch with perfect clarity as several tons of rubble nearly crushed her sensei and Darui to death. Nearly, because while Kurane was driven down by the blast, her entire body rattling, Darui breathed out an equally ferocious detonation of lightning so black it made the night look bright and vaporized all of the debris above them, like he was a dragon instead of a man. It only saved them from certain death. The shockwave, fire, and shrapnel still washed over both the older shinobi with irresistible force, cutting them in dozens of places left unprotected by their jackets. It slammed them to the ground and broke bones. There were others in the building, 8 men and 2 women. Some were unconscious, and some were standing in a haze, snared by Kurane's genjutsu. None were shinobi, only mercenaries and workers. The blast blew them all to pieces and splattered their blood and flesh across the docks, and the rubble crushed what was left. Rubble went everywhere, slamming into the surrounding buildings with hollow thuds and loud blasts. On the roof, Hinata and her friends were shielded, but Ino was on the street, and she took a brick to the chest which slammed her back into the building, denting the concrete. She wheezed and dropped, eyes fluttering. There wasn't just rubble but money as well, hundreds of thousands of bills fluttering down across the docks in a paper rain. The shockwave kept going, shattering hundreds of windows across the docks and echoing out over the water and throughout the city, and Hinata instantly understood that every single shinobi in town would immediately know their location. She didn't have time to really think about that because at the same time the explosion went off someone stood up on a rooftop at the very edge of the apartment block 200 feet away, chakra flooding their whole body. They shone like a beacon to the Byakugan, and Hinata started to turn, to ready herself. She couldn't be ready for what she saw. It was a woman, a tall one, dressed in a simple white t-shirt and black pants and holding a tremendous great bow in her left hand. She was obviously a shinobi, muscular and focused, but was plain but for 3 features. A black manji burned into her forehead. A throat marred by a deep scar, so deep that Hinata wasn't sure how she could be alive. A Byakugan, pale blank eyes staring out without a single thing in them. That frightened Hinata more than anything, more than even the explosion. Other shinobi would sometimes say it was difficult or even impossible to read expressions in the Byakugan, that you had to rely on the rest of a Hyuga's face. Eyes by themselves couldn't carry emotions, of course, but Hinata couldn't agree nonetheless. Her family's eyes were just as expressive as any other, it only took some time to get used to them. But in this woman's eyes, she couldn't see a single thing. No pain, no hatred, no anticipation. She may as well have had flawless white marbles in her head. But as she stood up from her concealed position, the veins pushed out, the woman's chakra burst out of her as her perception expanded. She reached back, pulling one of 7 arrows the size of her arm from a quiver slung over her back and knocked it with unbelievable speed. She had it ready to fire before Hinata could finish taking in her first shocked breath, her arm pulling back as enormous muscles rippled with the effort of what must have been a several hundred-pound draw weight. Her eyes flicked from target to target, the visual micro-adjustments that only a Hyuga would notice, and as Hinata finished taking her breath she realized the woman had settled on her. She tilted, the arrow coming to align with Hinata's chest, and released. That was near the end of the half-second. When the other Hyuga released the arrow, it covered the distance between herself and Hinata, all 218 feet of it, in a fraction of that second. The sound of the explosion had barely passed them when the arrow was released. Hinata was frozen. She watched her death come and had no power over it. Damn, she thought, figuring that the time to be polite had long passed. I'm dying with regrets. That sucks. Sakura stepped forward as Hinata stumbled back on reflex, her back slammed into the air conditioner. She lashed out with the knife Ino had given her at her 14th birthday, a blade of ice and water manifesting from the edge and slashing out with a vicious crack. The rotating blade sliced right through the head of the arrow, splitting it cleanly in two. Sakura couldn't destroy its momentum, so while the broad arrowhead didn't slam into Hinata's heart and kill her instantly, one narrow slice of death went up and the other went down. The first pierced clean through Hinata's shoulder, pinning her to the air conditioner. The second burst through Sakura's thigh, sending her toppling forward with a furious grunt of pain. Her headset fell off, clattering on the rooftop. The half-second passed, every moment of it eternally burned into Hinata's brain, and she coughed as the impossible rogue Hyuga paused for a heartbeat and then reached for another arrow. Archer! Hinata screamed out at the top of her lungs, and then Shikamaru was moving towards Kurane, Suijutsu was moving towards the rogue ninja, Naruto was moving towards her, and Sakura and Kurane and Darui weren't moving at all. The archer drew another arrow. This time her focus was on Suijutsu, who was charging directly at her. She was incredibly skilled, Hinata thought, unable to quell a faint sense of admiration. Firing at a moving ninja was a losing proposition. It was just too simple for them to change their trajectory, and plenty would be able to predict the path of the arrow. Which was why she waited until Suijutsu jumped the gap between two buildings to lose her shot. If Suijutsu had been a normal ninja, the arrow would have struck him in the heart and killed him instantly. Instead, it blew a head-sized hole in Suijutsu's chest and cut his momentum in half. Instead of leaping right into the shinobi's face, he barely landed on the edge of the building before surging forward with a yell. Wait! Hinata shouted, trying to pull herself forward. She was remembering a tense conversation she'd had with Niji shortly after the Chunin exam regarding the finals, but the memory was driven away by her arm exploding into agony. She can hurt you. Suijutsu didn't slow down, and Hinata let out another yell of frustration. The next second, Naruto was at her side. Holy shit, he muttered, looking over her and Sakura before shaking his head. He put his hands together. Hold still. You're all torn up. Two clones appeared, and all three Narutos looked back and forth between Hinata and Sakura, his face a little pale. Sakura dash. Get Hinata first. Sakura snapped from the ground, trying to struggle to her feet. A puddle of blood was steadily forming around her foot. One of the clones rushed to her side. She needs to be able to focus. I'll get you both. Naruto snapped back. One of his clones placed one hand on Hinata's arm and another on the arrow shaft. He moved with surety without looking for permission. Sasuke had told them all that Naruto knew some medical ninjutsu, but it was Hinata's first indication that he was a real medic now. The other one was already on Sakura. Don't move, either of you. Don't talk. Hinata said, shocked at the force of her voice. She was expanding her vision again, trying to get a handle on the situation, but her arm made focusing impossible. All she could see with clarity was the archer and her sensei, prone and bleeding on the ground. She's aiming again. Her eyes went wide. 5 arrows left. Hinata was her target again. Naruto. Somehow, he understood her meaning. Naruto turned, teeth bared, and thrust both his hands out. A raise-non formed between his hands like a small blue apple. The archer released her shot, and Naruto shouted. The raise-non surged, chakra exploding out of his core, and Hinata watched in shock as the jutsu swelled up to the size of Naruto's torso. The arrow slammed into it and was vaporized by the violently rotating chakra. Hinata saw the archer blink. Without taking even a second to gloat, Naruto turned back to his clone and nodded. Sorry. The clone shouted, and then he yanked Hinata back. She groaned in pain as the arrow jostled in her shoulder, and Naruto made 2 quick motions, snapping the shaft and yanking it out. It was quick and painful, and it left the entry wound larger than it had been before. Hinata felt a moment of faintness as shock rippled throughout her body before Naruto slammed a hand down on both the entry and exit wound. Hinata had seen medical jutsu before, the gentle play of chakra convincing the body to mend itself, but she'd never seen anything like this. Naruto's explosive orange chakra burst into her body, knitting together the meat and muscle and twisting back to shape the bone of her shoulder in less than 3 seconds. He released her and she sagged, letting out a harsh breath. It hurt almost as much as the arrow had, but at the same time her whole body was jittering with energy. She felt more awake than she ever had in her life. Suijutsu had almost reached the Hyuga, and she brought the bow down instead of preparing another shot, gripping it in her left hand. Chakra started sparking around her right. It was a sinister greenish-purple color, almost like mold. A leering lion face sprung into existence. That was what finally made Suijutsu slow down, an uncertain look creeping across his face. The Hyuga turned to run. Hinata bared her teeth and took a step forward, looking down towards Sakura. Naruto was working slower on her, working more carefully with the arrow and sending his chakra into her. Her femoral artery had only barely escaped being pierced. Sakura whipped her head towards the archer, eyes full of fury. "Go, before she can reposition," she shouted. Hinata was already starting to move. "We'll be right behind you." "Ino's hurt," Hinata shouted back. On the street. When Naruto nodded, Hinata dropped her head and ran. Even if the thought made her sick, she was the only one who could stop the rogue Hyuga. As Hinata ran, her perception expanded again. Suijutsu was chasing after the archer, who was headed north. He'd thrown a knife at her as she'd leapt off the apartment block to flee towards the water, and she'd caught it right out of the air. It had started to crumble from the force of her chakra. Suijutsu's hesitation had vanished, but he was falling behind. Hinata knew the second the distance increased, the Hyuga would start firing arrows again. Hinata's vision kept going, taking everything in. She ran and catalogued at the same time, her mind racing. Sakura was up on her feet now and true to her word was moving towards the rogue Hyuga as well. Naruto wasn't following. Sakura had told him to get Kurane and Darui up, and he and his clones had leapt down towards the shattered warehouse. Shikamaru was down there, his shadows writhing around him like an amorphous agitated animal. He was checking the two older shinobi over for injuries, but everything was already plain to Hinata. Kurane was out cold, a deep cut across her throat. A piece of shrapnel had nearly severed her windpipe, and the rest of her body was perforated. Her radio had been completely destroyed. Several of her ribs were broken, along with her left leg, but she was still alive. Naruto could definitely save her. Darui was better off. He was missing the tip of one of his ears and had a broken arm, but was still conscious. He watched Shikamaru's shadows with obvious wariness, but made no attempt to move away. Her sensei had taken the brunt of the blast, though Darui had kept them from being crushed. Hinata didn't know how to feel about that, so she obliterated the thought. With less than 100 feet to the rogue Hyuga, her sight swept over the rest of the city. She realized it was a mistake as her heart faltered, skipped a beat. More knowledge hadn't made her feel better at all. Sasuke wasn't coming. Sasuke, who was over 2 miles away, was currently in a standoff with nearly 20 shinobi of the Hidden Mist, most of which were clones of 2 ninja, a man and a woman. They all wore face-concealing masks, the mark of Hunter Ninja. Karen was at his side, and Haku was there as well, in the midst of all the clones with a mildly concerned look on his face. There was a shinobi in front of him hefting the butcher's blade, admiring it. The buyer, the old businessman, was watching with a smug smile, starting to yell something. Even if it had been called off at the last second, the weapon sale had clearly gone horribly wrong. Hinata didn't see Zabuza at first glance, but she didn't have time for a more dedicated look. Even if Sasuke wasn't coming, just about every other ninja in the city was. Including Gaara of the desert, both of his siblings, and their sensei. They sped across the skyline of the city, Gaara in the lead. The rest of the team was just trying to keep up with him. His eyes were flat, though he occasionally glanced up at the enormous pink moon and twitched. No. No 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 no. Everything had gone all wrong all at once, and Hinata knew that unless a miracle occurred it was somehow about to get worse. Sakura was 30 feet behind her, and the rogue Hyuga about 150 feet ahead. She and Suijutsu were both racing across the docks, heading for the open water. But the woman was starting to change her trajectory, shifting eastward. The bridge, Hinata realized. It wasn't the highest point around, but it was the easiest way out of the country. She really was making a run for it. Somehow, Suijutsu was starting to catch up. The Hyuga's bow was huge and heavy, and it was slowing her down. Several more seconds of running, and he was only 30 feet away from the woman. He leveled both of his hands at her back, index finger pointed. "Quit running!" he barked, and then there were simultaneous cracks as he fired water from his fingertips at deadly speed. The Hyuga reacted before the sound reached her. She dropped to her knees and slid, a thin sheath of chakra depriving her legs of friction. The shots passed over her head, dissipating into mist after another 10 feet. Hinata watched the buildup of energy in the Hyuga's core spiral and swim down her arm as the woman spun back towards them as her slide continued, and shouted out a warning. "Suijutsu!" she screamed. "Duck!" Suijutsu didn't listen. He pressed ahead and fired another volley of water bullets. The Hyuga thrust out her arm, not attempting to dodge, and a vacuum palm exploded out of her hand. It tore the air in front of her apart, destroyed the water bullets, and slammed into Suijutsu, who barely had time to look surprised before he burst into a welter of water. Hinata didn't know if he was still alive or not. No one else would be if they were turned into a puddle spread across the docks, but the puddle was full of Suijutsu's chakra, still surging. She didn't have time to consider it. With her moment of peace, the Hyuga came up to one knee and brought down her bow, anchoring it to the ground. Her momentum instantly vanished. Hinata sped up, knowing what was coming. She was sure that the Hyuga knew there would only be time for a single shot before she was within range. This was her final stand. The rogue ninja drew 3 arrows at once, leaving her with only one remaining. Hinata bit the inside of her cheek, tasting blood. Sakura was behind her, only 100 feet separated the two of them and the older Hyuga, a heartbeat for a ninja. But the Hyuga could fire in that heartbeat, and she did. She knocked 2 arrows at once, her knuckles white from the weight of the draw, and released them. They weren't aimed with precision, but one was certainly set for Hinata and the other for Sakura. The moment the arrows were released, the shinobi slammed her bow into the ground with a guttural yell and began making hand seals. Everything was clear to Hinata as she ran forward. She didn't know this jutsu, but she understood its purpose nonetheless from the flow of the woman's chakra. She shifted, bleeding some speed to fall in front of Sakura. On a collision course with the arrows, there wasn't time for conscious thought. Hinata was moved by her heart instead of her mind. 8 hand seals in the blink of an eye, all before the supersonic arrows had covered more than 10 feet. The Hyuga's chakra surged, and the arrows exploded into smoke. Their trajectory didn't change, but they were joined on their flight by 10, 20 more, a wall of wood and steel. Each had been duplicated 10 times over. It was a tremendous amount of chakra expended for a sure kill from point-blank range. Against anyone in the joint Leaf Rain team, it would have been certain death. As Sakura realized that Hinata had stepped in front of her, her eyes went wide in horror. She flourished her blades, ready to try and strike every arrow out of the air no matter how impossible it was. Hinata didn't give her the chance. Instead, she let out her own primal yell, and spun. Hinata had never used the Kaiten in a fight before. It had only ever been at home, training with Niji. She'd swallowed her family's meaningless pride and asked her cousin to help her learn the secret clan jutsu after the Chunin exam, and he had obliged with a rude glee. She'd never used the Kaiten in a fight before, but in that moment where her and Sakura's life rested entirely on the technique, Hinata executed it perfectly. Her dark blue chakra flowed out of her tenketsu in a cool stream, sheathing her body and expanding with her momentum. The jutsu wasn't as large or advanced as Niji's, but it didn't need to be. It provided a shield just large enough to deflect the arrows as she and Sakura rushed forward towards their target. But when Hinata's spin ended, her chakra fluttered away like a million blue embers, and she struck out in desperation with a wide, harsh swing as her pounding heart echoed in her head. The cloned arrows had just been a distraction, after all. Hinata had seen the real attack from the beginning, the one solely meant for her. The third arrow that the Hyuga had drawn, the one she hadn't fired, but had instead kept clutched in her hand. It had been attached by a piece of ninja wire to one of the arrows she'd fired and cloned, and because of that it had followed roughly the same trajectory when the woman had released it from her palm with another, incredibly subtle vacuum palm, hidden in the shadow of the arrow storm. It was headed directly for Hinata's gut. It was different from the others, smaller and covered in something shiny and clear. Hinata almost got it. The arrow was faster than her, but not impossibly so. Now that she was on guard, deflecting it wasn't out of the question. Her hand made contact with the side, but that only made it clear that there was no way she could knock it away. So Hinata settled for what she could get. She pushed the arrow to the left as hard as she could. That altered its trajectory just enough that it sliced through her side and left a deep gash instead of punching right through her stomach. Hinata staggered as hot blood poured down her side but didn't slow down. With less than 30 feet between her and the older Hyuga, Hinata screamed out a final warning. She was finally in range. Stop. It was pointless. The Hyuga was already reaching down for her bow, reaching for her final arrow. She wouldn't stop fighting until she was forced to. Hinata grit her teeth as Sakura charged past her, casting a worried glance at the wound in her side. Stop. She screamed again, and this time she raised her hand in a modified ram seal. Please. This time, the Hyuga stopped. Sakura did too, obviously not knowing what to do. They stared at each other. Sakura had both her sword and her knife unsheathed, and both were covered in blades of water and ice that twitched in anticipation of violence. What? Sakura asked. Why'd she stop? Hinata ignored her. Please, Hinata said again. Sakura gave her a funny look and stepped back, gaining some distance. The Hyuga shifted, clearly getting ready but still not attacking. Her eyes were fixed on Hinata, still empty. Hinata couldn't take her gaze off the woman's slit throat. Her head was pounding, her side was burning. There had been something on that arrow, that clear viscous coating, and the woman was waiting for it to take effect. I don't want to do this. I don't know how you ended up here, but there's surely something we can work out. Hinata took a step forward, not dropping the seal. Were you running the counterfeit operation? If the clan did something, there can be another way. She was shaking. Hinata's whole body was shaking as burning acid raced through it. She'd never felt more pathetic in her life. Her voice cracked. Please don't make me use it, okay? For the first time, Hinata saw something in the woman's eyes. It was nothing but hatred. The Hyuga's face twisted into a furious sneer, and she very deliberately drew a thumb across the scar marking her neck. You're a village of traitors, she hissed, her voice quiet and hoarse, nearly impossible to make out. Her vocal cords had been damaged, and that hateful whisper was all she could manage. Sakura jerked, her blades shifting. That's all you are? Then she charged, a lion fist screaming in both her hands. Hinata froze, unable to commit. Her head was pounding. Poison, she'd definitely been poisoned and it was robbing her of the ridiculous clarity she'd had. Sakura stepped forward and swung both her blades in parallel blows, a tremendous scissoring strike that would slice the Hyuga clean in half. The charging ninja jumped and spun between the swords, avoiding them like it was nothing. She was slower, but not slow enough. I can't do it. The rogue ninja was practically in Sakura's face and striking out with the lion fist before she could redirect her swords. The attack would cave in Sakura's throat and drain her chakra dry to boot. She'd be at the Hyuga's mercy. I made a promise to myself, right? Sakura let out a roar and swung down, her knife smaller and faster than her sword, but it would be far too late. Hinata could already tell her blade wouldn't make contact, the Hyuga was just too fast. Too fast and too strong, much stronger than either of them. Sakura would die, and Hinata would be next, and then she would pick up her bow and kill everyone else. Hinata let out a scream of pure frustration and activated the curse seal. The rogue Hyuga locked up, her lion fist guttering out as her chakra went wild and began tearing her body apart from the inside out. Veins bulged in her face as her head filled with blood and she fell forward, unable to control her own momentum. Sakura completed her strike, and her lesser flowing water blade cut the woman's right arm off. It sliced through her bicep and cleanly severed the limb, which flew off into the night and landed on the ground with a dull thud. Sakura looked down as the woman convulsed, her eyes wide and confused, and then back at Hinata. Hinata could feel tears streaming down her cheeks, but she kept the seal locked in place and moved forward, forcing more and more of the woman's chakra to be drawn into the curse seal on her forehead. The convulsions grew more violent, like a seizure. It didn't matter how disciplined you were, how high your pain tolerance was. The cursed seal absorbed chakra and turned it against its owner, like it was replacing your blood with poison. Eventually, it would annihilate the eyes and brain with a chakra autoimmune reaction that would leave them nothing more than dead, partially dissolved goo. Hinata knew every detail of its function, and that only made her loathe herself more for using it. "Hinata," Sakura said, backing up a little. "What is this?" She couldn't bear it anymore. Hinata dropped the seal, and the woman's silent seizure ended. She lay on the roof, blood pouring from her severed arm. She was so still she could be dead. But Hinata was sure she wasn't. "She's a member of the branch clan," Hinata said with a wince. Back at the warehouse, Naruto was getting Kurane up, Ino at his side. That should have made her feel glad, but all she wanted to do was throw up. The seal. Her throat closed up. She couldn't bring herself to say it. She was starting to feel woozy. "Like on Niji," Sakura muttered, and Hinata nodded, not caring about how Sakura could know that. She needed to speak up. They couldn't afford to be talking right now, standing on this dock like the danger was over. But Hinata's mouth was sealed shut. If she opened it to speak, she was sure nothing coherent would come out. There was a migraine growing behind her eyes that threatened to burst her head open. Because of what had been on the arrow, or because of what she'd just done. "I think I know this woman," Sakura said. Her hands were shaking. She used a sword, but had she ever cut someone's limb off so mercilessly before? The way Sakura was acting made Hinata think she hadn't. "I didn't know she was a Hyuga, but those arrows are one of a kind." Sakura knew her? Hinata blinked, trying to take in a deep breath and recover herself. It wasn't working. Gaara was coming closer every second. More shinobi besides him too. The docks were about to fill with ninja. The Hyuga was starting to stir, blood gushing from her missing arm. She'd bleed out in a couple minutes at this rate. Hinata didn't know if Naruto could fix that. Sakura saw the question and desperation in her eyes. "She's a former member of Root Leaf Black Ops. She tried to assassinate Obito back at the hidden waterfall." Her eyes lingered on the woman's slit throat. "I guess he didn't finish her off." None of that meant anything to Hinata. The fact that this woman had tried to kill Obito Uchiha, the notion of Root, that Sakura had apparently seen her sniping technique before, it all slid off her mind like water the moment the Hyuga turned over. The woman glared up at Hinata with her hatred-filled eyes as blood continued to pour from her severed arm and veins throbbed beneath the pale skin of her forehead. Sakura stopped talking, bringing her blades to the ready immediately. The water and ice shone in the moonlight. The Hyuga's focus didn't waver, her gaze was reserved solely for Hinata. "I'm sorry." Hinata's muteness finally shattered. She took an unsteady step forward, the pressure of the woman's chakra crushing her heart. More blood dripped down her side, her whole leg was sticky with it. "I'm sorry. I didn't want to. We'll get Naruto, he'll stop the bleeding dash." "You don't get it," the woman rasped, and Hinata stopped. It occurred to her that if she got closer the woman could probably stop her heart or destroy her brain with a gentle fist strike, so she stayed where she was. "You serve a worthless village in a worthless clan. I came here to destroy you all," the hateful whisper continued. The Hyuga's eyes slid down to her missing arm. "And now, with you here, I'm just as worthless." She narrowed her eyes. "I should have used every arrow I had on you. A failure to the end." "You don't have to come back with us," Hinata said, desperation filling her. She saw Sakura stepping to her side, a warning on her lips. "If the printers are destroyed, it won't matter. We can dash." Without speaking another word, the Hyuga made a modified ram seal. Hinata stepped back on reflex, sure of what was coming but not able to believe it. Her mind irrationally scrambled for an alternative explanation, some other jutsu, an explosion, a clone, anything directed at her and Sakura. The seal on the woman's forehead lit up with dark green light, and she began convulsing. Sakura blinked, shock plain on her face. Hinata was stuck where she was, unable to move forward or retreat. If she got closer, the Hyuga might attack her, but she couldn't dream of stepping away. All she could do was scream. "Stop!" The Hyuga didn't. Hinata made the seal as well in desperation, trying to cancel out the jutsu, but the woman's convulsions didn't abate. Stop! The Hyuga toppled over on her side, her whole body shaking. Blood was pooling in her mouth and the corner of her eyes, and it dribbled out onto the roof, forming a pool of crimson around her head and soaking into her hair. Stop! It didn't matter how many times or how loud Hinata screamed it. The Hyuga's concentration never wavered. Even when her eyes were black with blood and her head shook so violently that it hammered a steady drum beat into the concrete, her hand never even twitched, staying rock solid and clasped in the one-handed seal. Hinata finally broke, rushing forward and falling to her knees, shaking the woman without regard for her own pain. It wouldn't work. It was stupid to get close. She knew that, but she did it anyway. All it accomplished was that when the woman's face twitched into a final sneer and then abruptly went still, Hinata was able to watch her eyes and brain collapse in on themselves like melting ice from less than 3 feet away. Hinata stayed there on her knees and stared into the dead woman's face for what seemed like years, her body buffeted by freezing winds coming in from the sea. In death, the woman's eyes were nothing but malice, they were glossy and black, and Hinata felt like they were peeling away her heart and mind layer by layer, revealing more shame and loathing with every pass. Her left hand dropped, settling in the pool of blood, and the warmth shocked Hinata back to consciousness. She started hyperventilating, the world closing in around her. Her control over the Byakugan was slipping away. Her body felt heavy, too solid, and yet hollow at the same time. Sakura came to her side, laying a hand on her shoulder. "Hinata," she said. Her voice was cold, but her hand wasn't, and it helped Hinata figure out which way was up. "We've gotta go." Hinata sobbed. "Gaara's coming," she said, and Sakura's hand tightened around her shoulder, so tight it hurt. "And Sasuke's in trouble." She hiccuped, trying to stumble to her feet and almost falling over. Sakura kept her as steady as she could. "And I think there was something on that arrow. I think I'm—" It didn't matter that Sakura was there, trying to keep her upright. Hinata collapsed forward on top of the other Hyuga's body, and darkness swiftly took her. Check the description for the links to the author.